I already said the thing. I'm not re-saying the thing. You can't, you can't re-say the thing.
You can't. No, I just like I feel like it's funnier if I just never say when I start the recording. Like it's a surprise.
Never say never.
Alex, if you post one more fucking Miku one shot, you're ruining something pure and good with something bad and bad.
Cutting.
In my opinion, the Jedi are evil. Or is it wrong?
Who's the Jedi in this instance?
Robert's always the person who Alex is.
Robert's always
evil.
the target of the stupid thing.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not allowed to bully Alex, but she's allowed to target me.
Yes, because you've been bullying them for a lot longer.
Yeah,
Alex
Alex is punching up, which just means, you know, I can step down onto like her
why
throat.
Why are you stepping on Alex though?
Because I want her to stop breathing by stepping on her throat.
Oh, cool.
That's
badass.
Morbid.
It is what it is.
Hey, listen.
Cool and unusual.
She would do the same to me.
No.
Don't take the fucking high road now.
No.
Don't take the high road. I mean,
I'd take Robert to give him shaken baby syndrome if I could.
I would run you over with a cement mixer. That's close enough, right?
Huh?
Like, you mean like a Culver's milkshake, the cement mixer?
Ooh, actually, that does sound pretty good right about now.
It sounds really good. How about we all stop and go to Culver's really quick?
Yeah, let's all get together in the minivan.
I don't even have a Culver's anywhere near me.
I think that would be a bad idea.
It would or wouldn't be.
It would or wouldn't be. I don't care.
I could order a Sonic shake, which is probably about as thick as one.
Oh no, it's a frozen custard, not milkshake.
I don't have water. I'm gonna get water real quick.
My God.
Well, if we're doing frozen custard, then I gotta go to Rita's.
Dave loves fucking mentioning regional shit that no one else on the planet has heard of, even though Ronnie lives like an hour away.
Do they not have Rita's in Rhode Island?
I need to like refer to real things when we talk.
I have never heard of Rita's, so I assume no.
To be fair, Rhode Island is like one city and a couple of streets. Like,
so what they do is they do a frozen. They do a treat that is it's frozen custard, Italian ice, frozen custard, Italian ice. Or sorry, it's the other way around.
You said a lot of things.
Sorry, it's the other way around. My mistake. It's Italian ice. So it's like a cup.
Very important distinction.
It is actually. It's a cup like this concrete mixer, and it's Italian ice, then frozen custard, then Italian ice, then frozen custard, and you like eat it. It's layered like a parfait.
I looked it up. I looked it up, and there's one in Massachusetts and one in Connecticut.
There are two total in the world.
In Rhode Island.
there are multiple in Connecticut. I know at least two within a 20-minute drive of me.
I love the idea that Dave's just like, there's two in the world. You don't have any in Rhode Island?
Well, they're apparently all around me, just not in the state. And you know, if I'm leaving Rhode Island, that's like a day trip for me.
What the fuck?
Okay, you do not understand what long distance driving is until you live in a state where it takes you 40 minutes to drive from one end to the other. If I have to drive 20 minutes somewhere, like that's all I'm doing that day.
Jesus Christ, you sound like you sound British.
Bro, leaving my state would take 3 days by car.
Like for me, it's like 11 hours to get to Georgia.
Yeah, no, that sounds impossible.
For me, like 4 hours is a trip to Orlando so I can go to a concert.
Mine is long and skinny. That was a weird thing to say.
That was a really weird thing to say, Alex. Especially considering that California is both longer and thicker than Florida.
Listen, thank you for the compliment, William. You're so nice.
I know I am.
So I just want to point out that when we're talking about regional locations, even though I have never had it, I'm still familiar with Dell's frozen lemonade from Rhode Island. So
He's
I
just
don't
making
know
shit up.
Right? What are you talking about?
So I don't know why.
Dell's is so good.
Dell's. I've never had the actual like official Rhode Island Dell's Rhode Island. I've had Dell's frozen lemonade at the New York Mets stadium.
Yeah, no.
Ronnie, you totally could have been like, what are you talking about? You're still making shit up.
Ronnie, why don't you play in this space?
She couldn't do that.
Why won't you take a handful of sand and just throw it in Dave's eyes?
Dell's is one of like Rhode
That's
Island's
how one would play in this space.
favorite. Like Dell's is like Rhode Island's treasure. Like you can't.
Dave's saying you're like chat GPTing. Make up a real sounding place in Rhode Island and create a website for it.
Coffee milk is our official state drink.
Coffee milkers?
I mean, I do half coffee concentrate, half milk every morning.
I've seen a video of that guy from Bermuda who makes old food do that.
Jamaica. Ooh, I want to.
Fuck, William! I was trying
It's so unfunny. By the way, we were workshopping that all week. It didn't go anywhere. It's the exact same space we talked about last time. God, he is so fucking pleased.
I don't even know what is happening right now.
Okay, so last week, let me catch you up, Ronnie. So last week, we were talking about how we were working on a joke that was just me and Robert suddenly and badly singing the Katamari theme for Alex specifically. And we said that like it's not actually that funny, but the concept of it is a little funny, so that's why we shared the concept. And then during the week, we talked about it a few times and also did it to Alex a couple of times. And then, we brought it here and just didn't change it all and just did it anyways.
The joke was we wouldn't do it because it wasn't funny, but then we did it and that made it funny to me.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he's on there.
Wait, the Katamari Damacy theme song has lyrics?
Last night.
Kind of.
No. It's a thing. B and you were singing some Fall Out Boy song, and William felt left out, so he started singing.
And then I jumped to that because I give it a peer pressure when it comes to needing to be funny and liked. Oh.
I'm sorry.
Do not be sorry for him.
Do not be. Ronnie, you need to learn to be mean to me. It's integral to the fucking integrity of all friendships. Shut up, Alex.
Want to be mean.
You must remember what he did to you the other day.
You need to, Ronnie, just dehumanize me like Alex does.
No, I'm very nice to everyone but you and sometimes William.
What does that mean?
William, you're only sometimes human.
Why am I the one you're wishy-washy on?
Oh, William's just jealous.
I'm nice sometimes.
Yeah, that's the part he's mad about.
Usually. I'll change it from sometimes to usually.
Dave, I appreciate that once in a while you bully Alex. It means a lot to me.
I didn't realize that I did that.
You do.
Oh my god.
Ronnie's really offended by your lack of self-awareness.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to put my leftover spaghetti away in containers in my cupboard with all my containers just a mess and everything is falling out.
Oh yeah. No, I feel that. Sometimes when I have to fold my spaghetti, it falls apart.
Fold spaghetti?
Yeah. To put it away. Why did that joke land with you? It's the dumbest joke I've ever made. That was stupider than screaming the Katamari Damacy theme.
I don't know. I liked it. I'm gonna remember that one for the rest of my day.
Jesus
Christ. Spaghettis.
It's another made-up regional thing. Do they fold spaghetti up in Alabama or whatever?
Okay, I'm good now. Everything is in containers.
I'm fucking not. I'm about to fucking crash out and start laughing again. I'm barely holding it back.
Get it all out of your system now.
Alex, I need you to do the recap today. It's integral after our conversation last night that you do the recap.
No.
You re-listened to the session today.
No, I didn't.
You lied to me, you fucking
overslept
bitch.
and took a late shower. That's what I did.
How can a shower be late?
Because I was supposed to do it earlier and didn't?
I don't know. Like, was the shower mad?
My shower's always mad.
You've actually told me you have problems with your shower.
A shower is neither late nor early. It's precisely when it intends.
Yellow card, not funny, William. Oh, is Ronnie also singing the Katamari Damacy theme with us now?
No, I was singing.
I hear what I want to hear.
Something from Zelda.
Oh.
No, not that one. It might be the Song of Storms? No, it wasn't the Song of Storms. I don't remember what I was
singing. No,
that was the Game of Thrones theme, William.
No, that's not right either.
Da 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 da.
I said, what about breakfast and
No, that's not it
remember the
either.
film, man. That was the Zelda one, right?
Nah.
Alright, let's get started. I don't know. I'm fucking
like
dead.
The
Katamari Damacy joke 10 minutes ago killed me.
All right, hang on. No. I need to, before we start, Ronnie and Dave. Ronnie, I know you care about Final Fantasy. So, Dave, do you give a shit about Final Fantasy at all? Is Dave here?
Fucking
sorry,
God.
I was
him.
I was talking to my mother real quick.
Okay.
I don't really care about Final Fantasy.
Well, it's a token invitation then, but I guess it's slowing on you. After the session, we intend to do a Final Fantasy tier list ranking all the characters based on how hot they are, and you both are invited cordially.
I mean,
okay.
My understanding is that Tifa wins.
No,
that's going to be a fight, Dave.
I mean, she's top tier.
She's pretty high up there.
Like,
that's after the session, guys. Cordially invited both of you.
I will say the full rankings, the tiers. So you can think about during the session are Step on Me, Let's Go, If They're Putting Out, Sure, Go Away, Is Baby, and Is Dog for children and dogs. Now challenge mode, I'm seeing who's actually going to put Red 13 in Is Dog and who's not.
For comparison's sake, this is a contemporary JRPG having been ranked in the same way.
Calling Suikoden
I don't think Suikoden is contemporary.
Contemporary is
anymore.
insane. That was like 2003.
Shut up.
Oh.
And I'm sorry. I think we need another.
We did it with Pokemon a while ago, and do you know how fucking hard it is to find the age of fucking Pokemon trainers to make sure it's be like.
It's notable that there may be specific custom categories, such as the top one of the most recent image.
Oh yeah,
Where's
Alex always has
where's
wrong
Officer
opinions,
Jenny?
so you have to keep him. Officer J's not in the games.
What?
No.
Okay, what about the lady who sits behind the Poke stop?
She's not a trainer.
She is in Pokemon Yellow.
Okay, Pokemon Yellow doesn't count.
Like MMOs.
Exactly. Oh, William, Roddy she fucking lawyered your ass at not being willing to play 14.
We decided not to play it because of the dumb fucking party mechanic.
That's what I said.
I mean, that's fair. I'm just saying you can't say that you're playing every Final Fantasy if you're skipping 14.
I mean, it's easy.
Also
Sans
same with
MMOs
11.
because they're not real.
I think the most important thing to know isn't even that. It's that even Ronnie, a fucking 14 fangirl, was like, yeah, after the first 100 hours, the story gets good.
I did
really
not
not
say
feeling
One
specifically.
Piece?
I did
I
not
know One Piece
say
is great from the get-go. It just
specifically.
gets better.
I enjoy 14 from the start, but the story at the beginning is definitely like one of the weaker parts. But the bigger issue is how they have spread out class skills. So like the leveling experience at low level sucks. It did not used to suck, but it sucks now. that is why I feel really bad for Nubla. Plus, it's a long journey for them to get to endgame, and these days the MMOs are all about getting to endgame, which really sucks because it should be about the journey. And I'm gonna stop now.
So to conclude that topic, Dave and Ronnie, you are both cordially invited to rank how hot Final Fantasy characters are after the session with the group.
Cool. As long as I'm still awake, I will be there.
Now, we could just cancel the session. And we just record ourselves for the next 5 hours arguing about how hot Final Fantasy characters are.
That would be really funny.
Where do you feel about Guild Wars 2?
We tried it. It was boring.
I like Guild Wars 2.
MMO.
I was one of the first people to fucking get to level 60 in that game. I liked Guild Wars 2.
I got it when it came out, and then I just kind of never finished it.
Oh, I beat the entire story, and then I stopped playing it.
MMOs have this fucking thing about them where they sacrifice being actually decent games for the fact that there's multiple people.
Which is why I like RuneScape, because it's designed to be a single-player game.
Well, RuneScape also plays like ass because it plays like a game that came out in, like, 1999.
Benny, do you want to say hi? Ronnie, it's your fault this time we didn't start, because you started talking about Final Fantasy 14.
Ed, you brought it up first.
I did not.
You cannot blame this on me.
You absolutely did bring it up.
William brought it up first.
RuneScape would be a really good name for a racehorse.
All right, Alex, that's gonna earn you a 10-minute mute. I was like,
people.
I've always said, if everyone is here,
is there a gun pointed at me?
That was the joke. I thought that's what you were responding to when you said, "Okay, I'm gonna stop now."
No,
you literally said that right after I posted that.
No, I did not see that at all. I was just responding to myself.
I see. No, he was threatening you because you're talking about Final Fantasy 14.
I recognize when I am getting into one of my moments.
It's important to recognize when you're wrong. I agree.
It's okay to have moments.
He's so rude and mean.
I'm sorry, Ronnie, but like it's okay. We can all be objectively wrong every now and then.
Why is Kyle above George on that list?
I don't remember. It's been a long time, Alex.
I know.
Okay, can we start the session, guys?
I've been trying. I fucking hit the play button twice.
You can just do it. You can just start it, Robert. Nothing's stopping you.
My need to fucking constantly be in the middle of a conversation, even if I'm not. Benny.
You know, I run a game on Monday. It starts at 7, and we start by like 7:05.
Okay, well, just pretend that Ronnie, pretend this one still starts at 8. Pretend this one still starts at 8. Also, no, you know what? I'm blaming you guys. You could all show up earlier if you wanted to start earlier.
I was early.
I'm talking to Alex.
She was busy with her never late, never early shower. So you came back around. It was funny.
Oh. After discovering the Tome of Erudition at the behest of Captain Wallace, trying to deal with an in-between assassin by the name of Ayami Soji, and eventually realizing Wallace had information on you and you had nothing on him, you headed to the coast, hoping that by looking into his past, you would find some answers. The curse, Wallace, connections, anything. There was just so much missing and so many frustrations, and you were just at a position of weakness. So, you all made your way, first to Alasir, and then to Fort Halid. The journey was tenuously safe until it wasn't, with a captain who obviously was in over his head, and it was only with some light encouragement that he was even able to make it as far as he did. But fortunately, a little bit of reputation from Lawrence went a long way, and you were able to get onto another ship and reach Fort Halid. It was everything you wouldn't expect based on stories from the mainland. It was a town, a quickly growing town. There were people just trying to live. It had its own culture, but it was still just a town. So you eventually, with some assistance, were able to call in some favors and meet with the fort commander, try and learn what you could about Captain Wallace, about Captain Soren, and about Captain Rayburn. The end result, unfortunately, was no one's seen her. No one knows what's going on. She is kind of persona non grata, but at least she's not well liked. At least there's a willingness to turn on her. And the fort commander gave you an option. If you can deal with his NSO problem, he will deal with your Rayburn problem. So, after much deliberation, stress, and, well, being caught in the middle of an NSO sting gone wrong, you all reluctantly, or at least as a path of optional resistance, agreed to deal with this, to deal with the NSO agent who handles imports and exports on behalf of the fort commander, the pirate king, if you will. And he was able to arrange for you to get passage to Omen Harbor the next morning. So, with that, while the day is certainly growing long and the winds are picking up, relaxation, a last night at Fort Halid, I ask unto you all, because I still remember how to do a recap at Raw Session, even after a 25-minute joke about Katamari Damacy. Frey, Garrett, Lawrence, Mira. What are you guys doing?
I do believe that Frey had requested a tourist visit, a bit of a tourism around the island, and the destination will be a certain sunken church on a certain former cliff.
Yeah, gonna spend the last day seeing the sights.
So I do believe we're going for a bit of a walk on the island. It's a little away from the town, isn't it? Robert? Did he die? Quickly, someone sing Katamari. That'll get him back.
Bro. Na 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 na.
Thank you, Alex.
What? It didn't work.
No. Everyone clap your hands.
Oh no.
It's not picking up.
No.
Do we need to make some really out there comments to...
Did he just perish suddenly?
I'll text him.
Funny shit.
Immediate tech issues are fucking awesome. Thanks, Ben. Thumbs up to the cat. Everyone give him...
What a guy. Okay. Anyway. So we're heading... We are heading to the dumb church, going on a walk on the island. And Robert, it's away from the city, ain't it?
Yes, it is farther north. Like, there's a lot of that, like, at low tide there are ways to reach further. There's like some jagged rocks that go north off of the tip of Fort Halid, of the island that Fort Halid's on.
Can you
that
ping the part
eventually
of the
become
on?
What?
Can you ping the part of the island it's on?
Yeah, it's like further up here.
I see.
Yeah.
Where's the fort then? Is it like over here?
No, the fort's right here.
Oh, okay. Okay, it's actually pretty close then.
It's further north. Like,
I see.
if we were to zoom in, perhaps, it would look something like this. Like, you know, here's Fort Halid, and then you get, like, rocky outcroppings that go up off of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's, you know, a bigger one, and then up here past it is where the shipwreck the other night was.
Oh, neat.
And it's on one of these, which are much more accessible at low tide than high tide. As far as walking, that is.
Is it currently accessible?
It is high... it's evening. It is... Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. You'll be walking through, like, some sand and mud, but, you know,
We got boots.
muddy sand.
Some loam.
But without the
Silt, if you
Pokemon
will.
reference. Has anyone ever heard the word loamy outside of Pokemon?
As in
Dwarf
talking about
Fortress?
soil?
Probably.
Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah, Lomi, I've heard it talking about soil.
Yeah, from Pokemon.
No, from gardening.
Is that a Pokemon?
No, it's what you do outside when you want to grow your own vegetables.
I
Yeah,
got a chart.
that's some pretty good marketing of gardening. It's what you do.
All right. Yeah. So Larry is taking the class on a field trip.
All right. So, yeah, you guys head north past the fort onto the beach, where you can see, like, a little bit of, like, the top of a... You know, there's, like... What was at one point the steepled roof of a... Larry, you would know, a bell tower that had a large flame in it. It doubled almost like a small lighthouse, if you will, back in the day. That just kind of sticks out of the water. And, yeah, you guys, you know, it's... I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you guys were done with everything by, like, afternoon-ish, evening, so... It was night.
Yeah,
it was night.
I think it was like the afternoon.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
yeah, because
it was definitely-
it was evening because it was, like, around sunset, because that's when all the partying happened with Frey and,
Nope, that was
Samar.
yesterday.
That was
Yeah,
yesterday.
that was the day
yesterday.
before.
Okay, so it was... Okay. I didn't...
Right.
my
So
brain-
that happened. We passed the night.
Yeah.
In the morning we went to actually have our
That was it,
meeting
yeah.
with the commander.
Okay,
and
that's
this is
right.
right after that.
Yes. So, yeah,
Which
after
I
that.
assume it's like it might still be like 11, depending on when we actually had that talk.
Yeah, I don't think I really specified. Yeah, it's like noonish then.
All right.
Okay. So yeah, you guys make your way up. It is, again, fairly loamy and a bit almost quicksandy, but as long as you keep moving, you're fine. Occasionally, there's a bigger wave that kind of, like, washes over your boots. There's definitely a few people, like, there's a few people out here fishing on the shore. They've got, like, a few rods out. They're just kind of, like, they've got what looks like, wooden chutes and things that the rods are sticking in and just kind of hammered into the soil. There's someone who's got a small little, like, 2-person rowboat that's tied off the side, and they're sitting in it sleeping. They've got like a hat over. You can't really make out anything about them. You just kind of see a couple of legs sticking out of a rowboat. It's fairly relaxed, all things considered.
Ocean fishing is like sound agnostic, right?
What do you mean?
Like it's fine to make noise when you're fishing at the ocean.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, Larry will call it. How are they biting?
A couple people kind of like give a like it seems like whatever's going on, it ain't great this afternoon. Another one just kind of gives you a look, like just like a look of like how weird it is that there's just a group of people wandering out here.
Well, he can be weirded out. Yeah, but once we're like within view of the the bit that's sticking out, Larry will gesture. Here it is, your sight to see. As impressive as you thought it would be.
It's certainly a sight to see. Who was the church constructed in the name of?
It's a Radianum church, from what I understand. So ultimately not that old in the grand scheme of things.
A what church?
Radiatum.
Oh.
That is the Raeclaw religion.
Oh, okay. What would I know about the Raeclaw religion?
Give me an int pray.
Fire.
Yeah, like, you would know that they worship fire, but if you weren't curious about specifics. Technically, they don't worship fire. It's more like they worship the idea that in fire, they find their god. They are, like, people who... It's a very devout religion. Like, almost the antithesis of espection, which is very much like this belief in self-actualization and oneself rather than faith in the world around them, and more of a self-improvement sort of, you know, be the best person you can be. Radiatum is more of a focus on being part of this community, having this faith, believing in this god, that fire, the very chaos of fire, is a connection to the radiant god of chaos end. Essentially, like, with every fire, you know, the sparks have to stop somewhere. That is evidence of a connection to their god. Otherwise, specifics are a bit... you probably don't know a ton. It's not incredibly commonly practiced outside of, you know, fucking Raeclaw, but there is a lot of... Culturally, blue is a very unholy color. I'm sure we've went over that before.
Mm-hmm.
It's like cardinal sin bearing like blues.
Except for your eyes, apparently, because is that a common Raeclarian trait, is that they have blue eyes?
Yes.
Yeah, blue eyes, dark hair is pretty common for Raeclaw.
Blue eyes, dark hair.
Not to be confused with the Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Or Benny Blue
Robert's
Eyes.
Was there much of a presence of the religion in Alisir?
Not outside of Raeclaw Town. Like,
Okay.
because the very much like Raeclaw and Radiatum are two sides of the same coin. Like, there is no separation of church and state. In fact, they are pretty much lockstep. Like, the church pretty much is the state. So there's a lot of association of, you know, religion is culture, is the invasion, is Raeclaw. So when people start openly worshiping, there's like, oh, like, you know, it's the same as, you know, flying culturally as like flying the flag of people who tried to invade you next door.
Okay. Okay. And how close were we able to get? Like, the ruin, is it like partially submerged right now?
Yeah, so you can see the, like, portions of the roof and things like that. There's some evidence, like, it climbs up onto a platform where it looks like it was just, like, stone carved to create a base. And any of the wood is obviously gone, but there's still, like, bits of where this heavy, bulky, massive stone structure was destroyed and just kind of got stuck and jammed in the rocky outcroppings. So you can get pretty close. Like, there's, like, carved into the stone of the outcropping stairs that get up to where the base where they built it was. Things like that. So, like, I mean, you're definitively out of the water and able to stand kind of where it was. And there's still portions of wall that kind of don't quite litter it, but there's a couple that from further away would just look like more stone and reef and things like that. But up close, it's obvious that part of this was just stone built for this church. And then beyond that, the roof that fell in and just kind of jammed itself into the outcroppings. Most of it made of stone, very much like, I mean, it looks like there were like heavy, massive stone pillars that support a lot of this as well. I would go into more detail about Radiatum, but you rolled a 7, and no one likes listening to me talk about world building for 20 minutes. Only the Katamari Damacy theme.
Yeah, so Frey, I think, would... It almost has a melancholy air to it.
Lawrence kind of shrugs at that.
Remnants left.
I mean, even after they were gone, or Clarians, that is, the fire was still burnt at the top. Kind of made a decent lighthouse in that way.
What caused it to collapse then?
A couple drunks with a cannon. At least that's what I was told.
So a couple of people on the island just shot at it for target practice?
Or for fun.
Or for fun?
Yeah, wasn't really part of that, to be honest. Just something I heard last time I was here.
Well, I guess there's no sure way to say that this island doesn't belong to Rayclow anymore.
True.
It has not for a long time.
And I think Frey would like to find a place to sit and just kind of sketch the scene a bit.
Okay. You will unfortunately just be sitting, like, you can awkwardly try and sit on like a broken pillar, but it'll probably, the most comfortable, if inconvenient, would probably just be on the mostly smooth floor.
Yeah, he'll plant himself down like that. That's fine.
Can we see the mainland from here, or
Oh yeah,
not?
yeah, easily. Like, you're maybe 150 feet out. It's not incredibly far.
She means the
I
actual...
meant this.
Oh, no, you cannot see like 150 miles.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, he's answering your question.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that was why I asked, because I don't know. It seems to be like looking at the ocean. I've never been to the real ocean before. Just the sea.
The sea is the ocean, isn't it? I mean...
Well,
we've been
it's-
sailing
there's-
upon... Miss Tyrell, we've been sailing upon the Ophirian Ocean.
I meant before this. She's kind of like, what do you mean? Of course, that was what I was talking about.
Yeah, maybe people live their lives without leaving their hometown.
I didn't leave my house for a long time. There's still a lot in the world that I haven't seen.
Yeah, there's only one way to...
Do people have like globes and stuff, or?
Oh, they exist.
Robert?
They're not like insanely common, but they do exist.
Yeah, like if you're rich, you'd probably have a globe.
Yeah.
So there is like a partial inside here, or what was once inside, Robert?
Yeah, like the walls are gone at this point. Like there's a couple that where you can see like a foot or two sticking out here or there of stone and a couple of stone pillars, but
Lawrence probably took his hat off before we stepped inside.
real quick, I do want to know, while you can't like see the mainland, you can see mountains from the other nearby islands from where you are.
Yeah, no, I assumed we could probably see the other islands, just, you know.
Yeah. But I digress. Go ahead, Ronnie.
So Frey, not really, looking over from his sketching, will kind of, absently say, well, if you could go anywhere in the world, where would you want to go? And no practical answers, please. Like, what's a dream location? Anywhere at all. No responsibilities.
What other like faraway countries would I know about?
I mean, in a post-Black Sun world, it's not talked about nearly as much, like the world at large. Like, obviously, broad strokes, there are... Let me pull up my map and notes and things. 1 second.
And there's a whole other continent on the other side of the Ophirian.
Yeah, like, the most relevant is Arafar to the west, which has just... Like, you wouldn't know... Give me an int no, Mira. Yeah, unfortunately, that's just not something you focused a ton on, but, like, you would know that, while there's not a lot to know, there is a massive, like, the world's biggest city over there. Like, in the middle of... Arafar is such a major continent, it's essentially 2 continents. Imagine if, like, North America and South America both had, like, a shit ton of population and open trade and things like that, but also there was a major capital, like, in Panama or something that everyone had to go to. It's this massive, like, just endlessly large city with millions and millions of people that dwarfs any other city that you know of, anyway. Beyond that, I mean, there's always the stories of the East Coast and the beautiful Reclarian shores far away and the Patrician shores that they, took away from Patramore in the past. The trade that they had with the Zurian peoples on another continent incredibly far away. But yeah, unfortunately, you just don't know a ton beyond the world around you. It's not something that is taught commonly. It's especially not really talked about much with the relative isolation of the free kingdoms of Western Madara.
Well, I don't really know a lot. It would be interesting to just go to other places and see how other people are different from where we live. Like, I heard that there's a really huge city in the continent, or continents? I think it's maybe between 2 continents. Way out that way, and it kind of, like, vaguely points west.
Robert, what's the name of that city?
I might not have that off the top of my head.
Is there like a funny way people refer to it? Like City of Gold or something fun like that?
Give me a second. I don't have it fucking on my notes here, and I can't find it right now. It's however you want to. I'm sure there's a million ways. I'll leave creative discretion up to you.
Hang on just a sec. I have a comment there, but I need to find something specific. One second. Is that big city, is that something accessible via the water, Robert? Or?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Lawrence will comment. Yep, they call it the City of Gold. It was actually where Captain Soren wanted to take the crew before, on our ill-fated voyage. Head there, return with 3 times the crew, triple the ships, trade goods like you've never seen before here or haven't seen in a long time.
Mira kind of like blinks, like she's maybe having trouble like imagining it. How far away is it? How long would you have to be out?
Months, Robert?
I mean, weeks at least. Like, it's... Obviously, that would also depend on your luck with the winds, things like that.
It depends on the winds, but maybe a month. Though, of course, not really a feasible thing to sail these days, given what's out there.
Is that common knowledge, what's out there?
It's common knowledge that there's umbral entities out there. Like, it's incredibly ominous because, like, it affected trade a lot. Like, sugarcane comes from Arafar. So sugar became a lot rarer and more expensive. Things like that that were relied upon through trade, and just the fact that cities like Saris and Alisir, being coastal, relied a lot on foreign trade from Arafar that got completely cut off. It's, again, not... The specifics are not really mentioned nearly as much as the generalization that there are dangerous umbral entities and things that happen, and just no one crosses it.
They were still planning to go?
Is that Alex or Mira talking?
No. Well, I guess it could be Mira. I mean, isn't it? We're still planning to go when it was dangerous like that? I mean, I guess people travel where there's Umbria here, but that long, where there's nothing around, no one to help, you would have really done that? Maybe that's not you particularly, like, Larry, just kind of more of a general you.
Everyone knew it was a bad idea. Everyone knew of the danger, but you don't say no to the captain. Especially not one like Soren.
Plus, think of the profits if someone could manage that passage. I mean, I'm literal goods that people haven't seen here in over a decade.
Yeah, well,
Stuff
it's not something you can make. There's no coming back from that.
No.
If you die, money doesn't really mean much of anything anymore, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And
Try
there's always
telling
a
that
question. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, try telling that to some people, that when you die, money doesn't mean anything anymore. I know some people back in Artivishte who would disagree quite heartily.
What do you mean?
Just that when you get to a certain point, for some people, all that matters is money. I don't think they live a very happy life, but...
And you can't spend it if you're dead.
That's true.
Though, I have to wonder. There's been no contact in all this time. Do they even still exist over there?
Robert, people made it via the land route, right?
Yes, there is a land bridge that goes up through the Everweeping jungles.
Okay, never mind.
It's
then.
just, it's not feasible from a trade standpoint, because the jungles are a literal, like, hellscape of disease and dangers.
So has anybody traveled there and, like, returned to tell the tale?
Yeah.
Didn't we meet someone recently who'd come from Airfar? Was it Emil?
Captain Emil was initially from Airfar, I believe. But one of the captains, Captain, I forget his name.
Strike? Not Strike.
There are too many. I'm getting to the point where I have too many characters for me to remember now. Captain Scale. Captain Scale, yeah. He trained at Airfar for a while.
There you go.
Learned his trade there.
His trade of sailing?
Piracy.
There's more to sailing than just learning to sail.
Yeah, so if you want to take that one back, Ronnie.
Yeah. Carry on.
Yeah, I think if there's something to lean against, Robert.
Yeah, like, it's not gonna lean on your back. You'd have to lean with, like, your lower back and, like, legs, but you could.
Yeah, and Lawrence would just stand off to the side. You know, fairly neutral expression, eyes obscured by the glasses, with his hat off, just holding it in his hand. Seems a bit far away at the moment. Contemplative, maybe.
Out of character. Is that an invitation to be like, hey, what you thinking about there? Or is that just...
To take it as such. It certainly could be, to answer your question, Dave.
Okay. I didn't want to... What you thinking, buddy? If that wasn't...
Before your thoughts?
Yeah. All right, well, I'll pull the trigger then. Thinking about anything specific there, Lawrence?
Just haven't been at church in a long time.
Were you a practicing Radiite?
The expression remains pretty neutral. Bit of an odd question, don't you think?
I mean, odd as in inappropriate, or odd as an obvious answer?
It's just.
I don't care. You know, I personally feel that one's religious choice, whether it be Aspection, Radiatum, or even if you follow Molly's path there, and one of those sea worshippers. Why can't I remember the name of their religion right now? That's out of character.
Certainly don't follow the demon and salt, if that's what you're asking.
Right. But just, you know, it's between an individual and their chosen beliefs. I don't think it necessarily reflects poorly on one person or another.
A nice thought, Mr. Viacourt, but out of all the religions you could have asked if I follow, you asked if I follow the one that is synonymous with the enemy nation bearing down upon the free kingdoms.
I get, okay, yeah, that's when you put it that way. I didn't think about it like that. I just yeah. I mean, they had Reclarians have people who just mind their own business and farm, and, you know, everyone does.
And support the war effort by doing such.
But you can support the war effort without even knowing you're supporting the war effort. Or intentionally, or, or unintentionally, or wow, I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. I apologize. I lost my train of thought there. But I don't know. I mean, you can't demonize everyone from Rayclow.
Maybe not, but most believe it to be a moral and just thing to bring under heel those who. Lawrence pauses as he looks for the words. Those who breed chaos just beyond their borders.
Is that what's taught as part of the religion? I never knew much about it personally. I was raised a spection and everything.
Well, I'd say I know more about it than most. As far as this goes, Mr. Vrock, you asked who was this? You asked who this church was for. The answer is Rest, god of... Again, Larry searches for the words. The end of chaos? It comes with the territory. The idea that anything not under the control of the religion is inherently chaotic.
And therefore needs to be brought under control or ended. I see.
There are probably those who think the Black Sun was caused by that chaos left unrestrained.
Well, that's awfully... To think that the Black Sun was punishment for some other countries not following your religion. That's that's quite the stretch, I guess, but maybe not.
A stretch, perhaps, but at the same time, so many people only want a reason. They want a way to understand this impossible disaster. And I only say impossible because that's how I know others spoke of it, but I mean, this world was the one that I was raised into, and...
No, impossible is kind of it. I was a young man when the sun turned black, so it's just, yeah, you never would have, I mean, I was never in any kind of official schooling or anything much like Samar went to, or anything like that, but even just, a poor peasant, the sun sets and the sun rises, and then the black sun rises instead, and that's impossible. So all the monsters, there's no cause for it that I don't think anyone's ever been able to determine. Maybe Samar might know a little more, having studied as a Bright, but even then,
shame there and Striga are doing burpees outside.
Of course. I thought they were doing laps in the water, but they must have stopped. Yes. But yeah, even last I had heard is that still no one knows how or why it started. I mean, there's rumors, about the something about Ein Faris and the Dark King or whatever being thwarted by Ein Faris, and so he came back to get revenge or something. I don't remember all of it, but
find those rumors will shift and change depending on where you're at. Whether it was before, during, or after, it's not. It's evident, at least to me, that the world is a pretty terrible, chaotic place. If you strip away the people, the politics, the context, the idea that you should bring that chaos under reign isn't necessarily a terrible thing. But once you add the people, the context, it becomes pretty clear that one person's order is another one's subjugation. One person's chaos is another's freedom. It's all subjective.
Good to put it.
So to force everyone upon the same ideal, well, it doesn't really work. Not to mention, if my past was known to someone who was a worshiper, they'd probably want to burn me at the stake.
Because you were a pirate? Allegedly?
Lawrence nods. My time on the account would earn me Minnie's ire.
I see. Well then, we'll have to keep you away from steaks, except for, well, you know, the beef kind.
I've seen enough of those. Not the beef kind. I could use a few more of those.
Indeed. Unfortunately, cows didn't do too well.
Supposedly the Black Sun didn't happen in, Reclarian capital and surrounding areas. They'd probably have some.
Funny that it really focused here. From what I've heard, it didn't affect Arafar much either. Just here and in the ocean.
It's very tiring to have a big secret, isn't it? It's addressing Lawrence. Sometimes, at least.
Life is a tiring thing. You'll find that everyone's tired from one thing or another.
Harriet will absolutely laugh at that, being tired.
Are you tired, Miss Tyrell?
Sometimes. I can't sleep after all. She kind of half smiles, just joking. It did feel like a relief, sort of, to finally tell people.
Even despite the glasses, it's clear that Lawrence is pointedly staring at Mira. And to let everyone out of character in the know, Lawrence is considering whether or not those who once worshipped here would consider Mira a miracle creature or a demon to be burned.
It could have gone much worse, so... I'm happy.
You're happy?
Yes. It's hard right now, but I'm with people that I care about. And I can help, so What else is there?
To be around those you care for and have the means to do something. Some might call that blessed. A blessed life.
I don't think everyone would think of it that way, but I sort of do. Not that I would want to put anyone else in my situation, but for me, I think it's the right place for me to be right now.
What of you, Mr. Varrock? You don't seem like the type who has any particular dedications or attends weekly ceremonies.
I am very adaptable in my weekly ceremonies. Really, it's about wherever I need to be in the moment. Whoever I need to be in the moment. Though it does make me wonder after all this business with Wallace and everything is done. I don't quite know where I would end up. I mean, you have the nice pretty daydreams, we all have nice pretty daydreams, but the reality is not always quite so pretty.
It seldom is.
I mean, I feel that returning to the familiar in Alisir, or maybe not Alisir, maybe back in Artivista. I did very much like Artivista. But doing what is familiar. I mean, I hardly know what else I'd be able to do after everything. William has nice ideas as well. And I think as he says this, he closes his sketchbook. And like, if you get kind of a glimpse of it, there is like a sketch of the ruin itself in its, current state, but also one that's kind of like, an idealized what might it have looked like, coming from someone with no architectural knowledge of what Rayclarian architecture actually looked like.
And that every day would be telling fortunes in pubs, meeting with wealthy associates.
I think if I did get comfortable back into familiar routines, it would be finding a wealthy patron who values what I can offer them. Never staying too long, though. Weeks at most. Moving from person to person, place to place. Room to room. The pub fortune telling, that was always a bit of, between jobs. Something to fill the downtime, so to speak. But if I were to be honest, even after everything with Wallace is done, I don't know how likely it'd be that I'd be able to return to that sort of thing, that sort of life. there's all the other things as well, and he kind of like rubs at his arm at that, just like this tension over him.
Maybe life has something grander in store for you.
That would be a nice thought. I've met 2 people now who have something similar to what I have, and both of them are a grim outlook of what that future might be.
It could be that, if you allowed it. The world is a terrible place, Mr. Farrak, and it will remain that way if you let it be.
See, the problem is the concept of having any sort of control. I mean, the others can attest. They've seen me at my worst, and I don't think you've had the fortune of seeing that yet, Mr. Beckett.
Maybe not. But God will not save you, Mr. Farrak, from any kind of terrible end. You'll need to will that yourself.
I mean, we only had to tie you up for your own safety and everyone else's safety once. I mean, sure, it was for an extended period of time, but...
And yet that didn't save them.
We all make missteps.
I mean, you still saved them.
He looks down. I did, yes. And maybe I am grasping some level of control over that. But what you said about God is a funny thing, Mr. Beckett. Because back there in that cave, that tree, and when I touched it, I touched something higher than myself, something greater than myself. I touched a god, in a sense, and that more than anything brought me a sense of relief, of certainty, of I don't really know in retrospect.
It's religion gives most people.
I'll admit I've never been a man of much faith. At least not in the way of devotion or ritual or practice, but I can certainly understand the appeal. Having something to turn to, something to trust in.
Maybe, but don't let that replace. Don't let that sense of assuredness or safety lure you into inaction. Do not simply trust that things will be fine because there is something out there.
I don't know if I could ever trust some powerful being that allowed the Black Sun to happen. Sure, it stopped Rayclow from claiming the rest of us, but at what cost?
Rayclow was never a threat because of their god. They were a threat because of the people willing to do their god's work. To work towards that ideal.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about Rayclaw's god. I was talking about if there is some god that Freya's come in contact with and they did nothing to stop the Year of the Black Sun from happening.
My point being, Mr. Viacourt, is that it is the hands of men that will carry out that work, who will make those ideals a reality.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
And so, Mr. Varrock, if you do not want to end up in a certain way, you will need to work to ensure that.
And thus we have circled back around to that old conversation on fate.
It seems so.
And he looks faintly amused by this prospect. But I think for now I'll keep focusing on the now, and everything else can wait for later.
I think Lawrence's vision, or his attention, drifts to the place in the water where the tower lies submerged.
There's nothing immediately breaking up the relative serene monotony, I suppose, of everything. The occasional bird overhead, but some ships in the harbor you're kind of idly seeing just by watching the decrepit, once not great, but once impressively crafted church. The occasional sound of people working, loading ships, smaller dinghies going back and forth from the shore to the larger ships in the bay. There's no conflict at the moment. There's obviously every place has conflict, but outside of the NSO, there's been no outright conflict since you've really been here, and that kind of weird sense of serenity, the feeling of being so far away from the umbral scourge that permeates decisions in life every day on the mainland, feels at least a little bit just disconnected out here. But the day continues to grow long.
I think Lawrence is about ready to leave. He has one more thing for the group. What do you think the fate of this place will be? And I don't mean in the idea of fate, but what will happen to it in the future?
Fort Halid and everything?
Fort Halid, church, the Isles.
I think that not in the near future, but I think this whole place will be overrun eventually. As much as Fort Halid and the captain's table can exert pressure on Alice here. At some point, Rayclow or another kingdom will decide that Fort Halid and the other enclaves around here are too much of a thorn to bear. And I think eventually it will all fall.
And we are of a kind. This all here, it's a brief moment in time, a temporary one. No matter what the fort commander does, I don't think it will last, or that it can.
Heck, it might not even be another kingdom. All of this is balanced on a knife edge here of power and charisma. You know, if the wrong captain makes their way onto the table, this whole setup might just collapse in on itself. Devolve into infighting and skirmishes and such.
Are there any other pirate settlements that have lasted a long time?
Well, you have Omen Harbor, but it's not quite under the same jurisdiction, so to speak. Just another lawless area, really.
How long has that been there?
Since the storms.
Like it is. Well, that's not that long.
Again, it'll only last as long as
Only 7 years.
Yeah, Omen Harbor's in Grey Shallow's territory, right?
Technically, yes. Though
Yeah.
it was after the storm of 1650, it essentially got abandoned, and everything south of like Aestrin is on its own now. Like,
Yeah, it'll only last as long as Grey Chalice or another kingdom allows it to.
I'm not sure how much influence Grishalis will keep without access to trade from Arafar.
Probably not a lot.
Frankly, after the Black Sun, it seems the Free Kingdoms are weaker than ever.
Which is poor tidings, as you said. Rayclaw's center of government was not affected by the Black Sun, which gives them overall more strength. I think that if they really pushed for it, unless the Free Kingdoms band together as one, I think they'll slowly make their way through and devour everything.
Even if they do. Lawrence trails off.
I mean, they've already made a foothold in Vreeland. Taking over the military force of Fortuny Sol.
Yes, that's certainly surprising.
Surprising's one way to put it. I was thinking concerning personally, but yes.
It is strange how they managed to get themselves into that position. And their influence will only be able to spread from there.
Hmm.
That is
But
what
our
happens. You go.
but our concern is Wallace.
Quite.
And I suppose this trip back to Omen Harbor. Freyha probably hasn't been to Omen Harbor, right? It seems pretty far from
Oh,
here.
definitely not. It's also,
Okay.
like, especially since in
Shithole.
the last 7 years, it has become, think, flooded swamp town.
Okay. Okay. Do you think we'll spend much time in Omen Harbor? I've only heard terrible things about it.
I'd have to ask around about Rayburn, but otherwise I'd prefer not to.
I would like to get out of there as quickly as possible. It's swampy
shithole.
and fetid, and yes,
Smells of it too.
the flies and biting insects.
Sounds as if you've both spent plenty of time there.
Too much.
I've spent only a little time there, but it's unpleasant. Garrett would have spent time there, right? As part of... Or did we avoid that completely?
I mean, I'm sure back in the day before the storm of 1650,
Okay.
when it was normal. After that, maybe a couple of times, but, like, generally, like, the land around it's so destroyed and things that, like, it's part of the reason... The storm of 1650 is the reason that Leshka started to grow and become more than just a tiny farming co-op.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I figured he may have been there like
So,
a day or two. Or
yeah,
whatever, but
it's not a
serious.
place you stay for extended periods of time, especially not now. Like, the longer since the storm, the more people have abandoned, and really the only thing left in Omen Harbor now are those who are too poor, too sick, too weak, or really don't want to integrate in a real society. So it has consistently gotten worse.
Yeah. So it's certainly not a place any of us, I think, would wish to be, and we'll want to be on the way as much as possible. And I hope we don't run into any more chirovores, because they seem to like that swampy land. That's where I ran into my first chirovore, just outside of Ricuri Town. I'd hoped that would have been the last. But
Let's not do that then.
So, with that, a somber amount of time just discussing, trying to clear your own heads, accept the reality of your situation, understand, have just a moment, a very long moment. Anything else you guys need to do? You gotta head back and you'll still have the day to yourselves for the rest of it.
Yeah, I think it's about time we head back and spend the time inside.
Yeah, I don't have anything else in mind. Frey has promised to try not to draw attention to himself, so he's not gonna go out and socialize.
I think Lawrence will meander a moment as the others leave before catching up.
Yeah, Garrett will head back for yet another day in our rooms, being so much waiting. So much waiting.
You guys start to make your way back. One of the fishermen seemingly reeling something in, and you kind of like idly watching as they're fighting, and you see something splashing, and you can see in the water, nice and hooked, Strieg and Samar swimming as hard as they can, pulling against this fisherman.
Oh man, that's a good workout.
That's quite the catch that man has there.
Oh, yeah, the fishermen of Fort Halid never let down.
And you guys make your way back to your quarters. Anything else you guys want to do for the day?
Just spend some time with the books, probably.
Righto?
Frey will probably just do some sketching.
I think Lawrence will stop and get like a big bottle of some kind of cheap booze to have for the group if they want to hang out a little bit. I go to a bar and we can drink inside like assholes.
Oh.
Yeah, Frey will drink and probably not enjoy the cheap booze, but
Pass it around. There's no cups, just pass it around.
He makes a face every time. Just, oh, that's vile.
You doing wine or rum, vodka, mead?
Yeah, it's wine. Lawrence makes a big deal. You know, Mr. Vrock, I was thinking of what to get for us to drink, and I thought, you know what, Mr. Vrock would like some wine, but it is especially cheap and rancid wine.
Gotta run you 6.5 silver. Cheap. It's it's about a half-gallon bottle. It's pretty fucking cheap.
I don't know if I'm that desperate.
It never hurts to prepare in case you are later. Lawrence will say, shooting a grin.
Well, at least I know where to find it. Because I trust it will still be mostly full by the end of the night.
I do remember that you lost a certain bottle on a recent voyage of ours. Yeah, maybe consider a replacement.
For context, it doesn't come in a traditional wine bottle. It's in one of those kind of like wider ones with like the little like loop that you put a finger through that other alcohol would normally come in. Kind of like that.
Nice.
Very good.
The hooch jug.
Yeah, the hooch jug. It is wine though, like. It definitely wasn't grown out here. There's no vineyards out here on the island, so.
Assumedly, everyone's hanging out in a room at the moment.
Lawrence's room, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Except for Samar and Strieg, who are literally hanging out the window.
Of course, like laundry. Lawrence will comment for the others that I couldn't count how many times I've gotten blasted on drink out of one of these things.
Yeah, Garrett will take a swig out of it and grimace, and we had similar in the Scouts Brigade, though. only when we were rotated back. You didn't drink when you were out on patrol. Too easy a way to get ambushed or walk into something.
It's almost comical how similar your time with those scouts was to my time sailing.
Well, I'm sure we got just as wet though. Usually from just the rain or mud versus the ocean. Though hopefully you weren't ending up in the ocean too often. I guess that would mean your boat would be sinking, wouldn't it? Or your ship.
Or your crewmates toss you overboard as a prank.
That too.
Occasionally. Though I'd say I've tossed more people than I've been tossed.
Well, that's important, isn't it? It's always better to be the tosser than the tossee.
Well, my tenure ended up being pretty good on the ship. A lot of people ended up getting rotated out over time, so a lot of the newer ones were the ones being tossed. Remember tossing a meal? Lauren's just smiling, thinking back fondly. The memory.
Rite of passage to joining the crew or something.
That and the hazing, of course.
Hmm.
Some people remain forever changed at that point.
We had our own form of hazing. While Garrett's having this conversation, he's got his bow out and he's oiling it and he's making sure the string is still good and sharpening his knife and going over all his equipment and stuff, taking some downtime to make sure everything's in good repair.
We are a day out from sailing, so Lawrence is probably doing something similar, restringing his crossbow, trying to shine the retirement blade and his daggers, fiddle with his flintlocks.
When I joined up, my sergeant in my original squad was he was a big fan of making the new recruits look for left-handed implements, left-handed bows, phoenix feathers, all that kind of hazing. You'd go find, all over trying to find a left-handed sword or a dagger when if you think about it, that there is no left-handed sword or dagger. It's just a handle. Can go in either hand. I mean, if you really want to be picky about it and you get something custom made for yourself, yes, you can have a left-hander, but not army issue or brigades issue.
It reminds me of the sales grease. They'd tell people to go fetch.
Sales grease. Well, wouldn't you have to oil up no, I'm thinking of oilcloth. Never mind. You wouldn't make the sails out of oilcloth.
No, you would not want them catching fire so easily.
True.
I imagine there's a lot of Garrett and Lawrence just shooting the shit.
Yeah, just back and forth on some pranks that have been pulled or have been pulled on them.
Ray starts napping at one point on Lawrence's bed.
I was gonna say that seeing that perhaps Frey is bored not being able to go out and do Frey things, Burr would maybe try to entertain him by
dancing.
Something. I don't know, talk about something or
Dancing and singing. The Katamari song.
I don't know, ask about what certain cards mean or something like that. I don't just, you know. But if he's gonna nap, then she'll find something else to do.
It'd be funny if she kept bothering him while he was napping.
She would not. She's a nice lady.
Falls asleep mid-explanation of a card, has the card in their hand, and just slumps over.
The card was magic.
He'll probably, like, you know, come to for a small, you know, bouts of just casual conversation before just kind of like drifting off again. Yes, exactly. Just a lazy afternoon.
At some point, I want to remind the others that we do need to go pick up that flintlock.
Yes, that was what I was about to say. That is due today.
Yeah. We could go.
Oh, yes, we should. I mean, he said sundown.
We'll head out around then. It shouldn't be that much longer now. You've been sleeping for a while, Mr. Varrock.
Ah, well, you have to get your beauty sleep when you can.
Truth, that's definitely one of the things we
Lawrence
learned.
leans over to Garrett.
He really needs that.
Well, I certainly wish I got a little more beauty sleep when I was that age. Otherwise, Garrett just kind of gestures at his face.
I'm pretty sure most of that is the hits you've taken, Mr. Villacourt.
I've only gotten hit in the face. You know what? Actually, never
7
mind.
times?
We're not gonna go there. Never mind.
So, you head off to go pick up the repaired pistol.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any other last-minute shoppings and things you need to do before things start to shut down and get more relaxed and party-like, for lack of a better term?
Did the guy find some arrowheads or bolt heads for Garrett?
No such luck.
No such like. That's fine. That's fine. It would have just been arrow, but that's fine. Totally understandable.
We already picked up the knife for Frey, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just
Which
that.
I think he has finally figured out how to, like, tie that onto his belt.
Gosh.
Oh, if he hadn't figured that out, Garrett would have showed him. I'm sure.
Okay, yes. He probably needs help figuring out how to, like, you know, where to, like, position it that's good and not just, like, you know, asking someone to steal it from you. That sort of thing.
He probably would have helped with getting that straightened out so that Frey would be able to easily draw it, but it was secure enough that some random person's not going to just lift it. Not that most random people lift common knives.
What was the cost for the gun, Robert? I have 45 gold for weapons at Fort Halid already marked.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 400. Yeah, because it was 440. It was 444 silver, and he said that's a little ominous. Let's round up. So yeah, 45 gold was your total.
Okay.
Not let's round down. Let's round up.
Hey, you got extra 6 silver at you guys, so it worked.
He's an impressive haggler.
Otherwise, anything else for the night, gang?
No, just staying in, getting ready for our morning call.
Alrighty then. So, a fairly lazy day, especially considering the stresses of the previous couple. Eventually there is a knock on Lawrence's door. Well, one of the doors, I don't know. Probably Lawrence's, statistically speaking, because that's where everyone kind of hangs out. And it is someone from the inn itself. Woman who I think you've at least seen. Kind of
is
30.
it the woman or?
Sorry.
Is the woman we paid originally or?
I don't remember who you guys paid.
It was some old woman. I don't.
Yeah, no, it's a younger woman, maybe 30s, kind of like auburn hair, missing a couple of fingers on her left hand. And she kind of like just drops off like a letter and just says, Augie said that this is something that you all needed, so there you are. It's, from, and she just kind of shrugs at that point, hands it to you, and not really sulking, but obviously just tired, heads off.
Yeah, Lawrence will take a look at the paper.
It just says, Sunrise, the Waking Wild.
I'm assuming that's a ship.
That's a good intonation.
Frey will ask.
What does Lawrence know about this ship? If
give
anything.
Give me no.
Not in sale?
No, sales for more generalized information. This is more specific.
Damn. Where's no on this stupid list? I'm so blind.
It is a best you know, like a undercover merchant ship. Like, it is definitively a mercantile ship, but it's used often as a way to essentially smuggle people to the mainland without them being noticed and get people out when they need to, that sort of thing. Rather than any sort of like they have very good standing and don't really ever do any kind of smuggling or anything. They get extra kickbacks, obviously, from the fort, but they are very much a people smuggling ship.
I see.
Been doing it for at least a decade, probably more. Their captain is, you probably don't really know anything about, besides, like, I mean, the ship's reputation: reliable, able to get people in and out of the mainland. You know, if there's like shipwrecks and things, like, they're not really questioned a lot because they've never had a reason to be, because they don't do any smuggling or anything. So getting people in and out's a lot easier for them.
Is it weird that's not signed, this paper?
Not particularly. Like, you were expecting information, so it's not great handwriting. It's fine. But yeah, you know that much like the ship, a good reputation from their captain, the technically a merchant, Captain Wallow. I will spell that for you.
Please do.
He is 60s. Seems to be a decent guy. Never heard anything bad about him. You've never heard anything, like, incredible about him. Like, you haven't heard any stories of him, like, putting his life on the line for anyone, but he's also never screwed anyone over, so.
Lawrence will let the others know that we're shipping off in the morning on the Waking Wild with Captain Wallow. Wallow, yeah.
Robert. I like how after I said it, then you had trouble pronouncing it.
Roberts.
What?
Nothing. Keep going.
What?
Anyway.
Why are you telling me to keep going? You're the one talking to the other party members.
Ryan, did you mark down your pistol?
No, I need my character sheet.
I got you.
Thank you. Yeah, so Frey would say, Why do no ships depart at reasonable hours? Why is it always at dawn, sunrise?
You want as many hours during the day with light in order to not crash your ship into rocks, Mr. Varrock.
But I don't wake up that early.
Well, you can always make that change.
Well, I'd best go to sleep early. And Freya's just gonna crawl under the covers right there.
He's still in my bed.
This isn't the first we've had these sleeping arrangements rearranged since we've got to Fort Halid.
I'm just saying that after everything that happened, I don't exactly feel comfortable being alone in my room right now.
Let me see. Lawrence does also ask, whispered someone, I'm assuming it's Mira this time. Didn't he sleep most of the day?
Yes.
Lawrence claims the other bed swiftly and decisively.
Garrett will return to his single room that he got sent off to and get ready for an early morning.
I suppose I will also return to my room, although, not sleeping.
Does Mira do origami at night? Crochet, maybe?
I was thinking crochet. I feel like, not to put words in Mira's mouth, but I feel like Mira is very much a crochet type person.
She would probably be bored if she didn't have anything to do, so,
She's a crotcheter.
Oh, it was just winter. Is it still winter?
No.
That's what I thought.
No, you're like in the middle of spring, essentially.
That's what I thought.
Like it's warming up. It is noticeably warming up. Especially on the coast.
If it was still winter, everyone would be having a scarf crocheted for them, but it's not, so.
Did they already have scarves crocheted for them, the others?
Retconning it, yes.
That feels left out.
Is it hard to get paper for your average non-rich person?
Not insanely so, like...
That probably would have been more medieval-y than this setting.
Yeah.
It would have been hard to get paper.
Yeah.
Sure, paper folding. Folding the group 1,000 paper cranes.
Yeah, so we can cure our cancer. Anyway. Yeah, we go to bed, Robert.
So. You all eventually find your way to bed, and before sunrise, the unfortunate reality for poor Frey, getting up in the middle of the night, having to get ready, have everything packed and ready to go, where you all eventually get together, carrying all your things, make your way down to the beach, and you can see there's a small away ship waiting at the beach that you kind of call out, and you have that, like, I imagine Lawrence, waking wild, aye, you're the ones we're waiting for, aye, and you guys are hoisted aboard the Waking Wild, one of these smaller ships that's out in the bay today. And it is very much... It's nice. It's simple but nice. Like, there's rooms below deck. Not a ton, mind you, but enough that you guys will have at least some privacy. Otherwise, there's no one really to greet you so much as, like, you're guided to your place, and you're explained that the captain believes in a level of plausible deniability. The less he knows about the people on his ship, the better.
Understandable.
Okay.
He was told to expect 6 people and their belongings for when they eventually arrive at... Essentially, yeah, like, the speech from one of the crewmen would just be like, right, so... Captain, and by extension myself, was expected to see 6 of you all lot, which there are, your belongings, which there are, and a journey out to home in Albany, which we're doing. Now, nothing's going to be straying from that. You're not to ask anyone else outside of the crew what they're doing here. The less information you get, the better. The less information we get, the better. We don't know you from Jack or from shit. You don't know us from Jill or from shit. I understand?
Big
Sounds
thumbs
fair
up.
to me.
All good.
Yeah. You're not part of the crew, so... We have food 4 times a day. We got a little mess hall, if you can call it that. We got one middle of the night whenever the night cook decides to get it ready. That's kind of come and go at night. I'm part of the night crew myself. Otherwise, he takes a moment to like emphasize, then just claps his hands again. Otherwise, just after sunrise, within an hour, round sunset, then half hour or so, and sometime midday. We try to shoot for every 6 hours or so, but can't say for sure. Bell gets rang 3 times. If you're late and there's no food left, well, wait till the next one. If you're late and there's not a lot of food left, well, you get what you get. I will say, something I highly recommend is there's a mushed peas and gravy that just is... The chef kills it with it. Sometimes when we're lucky, we get extra mashed potatoes to go with it as well. Really makes it more hearty, but otherwise, let me tell you, it's going to be gravy on just about everything. So...
Lawrence like spends a minute like, oh, that sounds great.
Your frowns.
Frey looks less enthused.
So, that said, expect food soon if you're hungry. If not, sleep through it. I frankly don't care. We're not going to be talking to you much. Captain's orders.
Fair.
Now, there's more of you than we would normally take on, I'll say that. So, we got you 2 rooms. You are free to leave them, but like I said, don't talk to anyone less than crew. And even then, don't ask weird questions, because he just kind of, like, emphasizes with, you can finish this type of thing.
I will remain perfect strangers.
Yes, that's a good one. Perfect strangers. So, any questions?
Which way to the rooms?
They're going to be, and he like continues guiding you down and motions to 2 of them. This one and this one. How you all divide up? Frankly, I don't care. There's 2 beds in each room, but he motions to the bedrolls on your backs. Seems like you all got that covered. Though, if you prefer, we could also get more. He spends a moment just like trying to think of the word. Hammocks! More hammocks set up if you prefer those. Some people get really seasick trying to sleep in the beds. Any other questions?
Should be good, I think. Oh, thank you, though.
All right. Welcome aboard the Waking Wild. And
once the guy leaves, Lawrence will turn to the others. Now, what were we told about asking questions?
Very good at keeping to myself.
Good. And we should be
Questions, what are those?
okay.
I'll do my best. Promise I won't say a word unless I have to anybody outside of our group.
I would be remiss not to have Lawrence act in character and give a pointed look to half of the jumping jack duo.
And get back a quiet thumbs up. As they head into a room and begin unloading their things. Interestingly enough, you guys did not ask how long the jury's gonna be.
You said no questions.
Lawrence will probably ask somebody a little later.
Yeah. So. Otherwise, at this point, there is a quiet few minutes. You can hear people starting to wake up. Like, it seems like, you know, they're getting ready for a shift change to the day crew before heading out. The ship starts to move around more, going from the not quite skeleton crew to a much more active one. Probably, Lawrence, you'd guess it's probably about 60-40, night versus day crew. Which, especially for first day leaving, that tracks. Otherwise, if you guys have anything you need to talk about, or you're going to start your journey.
We are still pressing forward. While we do not have a mountain of new leads or information, we at least have a route. As long as we have that, we can press on.
It's a start. And the start of a plan, at least, for when we return to Are we moving?
That was in character or out?
That was in character.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Are we, Robert?
Seems like at least the anchor's been pulled, which means they're going to start soon.
Moving up and down the water, yes. Towards the land, probably not yet. Give it a few more minutes, maybe half an hour.
Well, I think I would like to go topside and watch our departure. I'm sure we have plenty of time to have all our discussions along the way. And however many days this will be.
Agreed.
We're gonna have nothing but time for discussions.
Yeah, then Frey will head topside.
All right. You make your way topside, and it looks like they are starting to lower the sails and get things underway. You can hear the helmsman making calls, and people are climbing the rat lines. They are getting ready to go. It is full steam, proverbially, ahead. And back at the stern, Frey, you can see the relative chaos of the day just beginning here in the bay. And as the sun is rising far to the east, your shadows are like the shadow of the ship heading all over, like darkening so much water from where the sun is just rising to the west. But while the very long shadows cast to the west continue to grow smaller and smaller, the ship starts to leave the bay, and you leave the watchful and almost ominous eyes, ears, and cannons of Fort Halid and its town behind. The slow and careful navigation through the reefs, outcroppings, and various bits of land and small islands just outside of the bay as you start to get into open water over the course of the next hour and begin the hard turn east and starting to make your way in open water back towards the mainland. A renewed sense of goal and hopefully a renewed sense of success in this journey that has given you more questions than answers on this unending paper trail of bullshit that hopefully ends with Captain Wallace. And we're going to go ahead and right there, as you leave the bay into open water, take a quick 2-minute break. Alrighty, so as you guys start on open waters, making your way, finally saying goodbye to Fort Halid, goodbye to Pirate Island, as you have unfortunately dubbed it. You have a 3+ day journey ahead of you.
Sitting on a boat, keeping to ourselves. Not asking questions.
Lawrence and Garrett play some dice at some point, I'm sure.
Yeah, cards, dice.
But you make Samar and Strieg fold into squares and paint numbers on each side of them.
Yeah, well, we make them be the table and chairs.
There you go. So, you are, as I said, there is a lack of interaction between the crew. Like, the crew does not ever really seek you guys out during the time that you're on the ship. They very much, like, you know, they acknowledge that you're there, make sure everything's good. Otherwise, there's no socialization. It is very much a compartmentalized ship. Lawrence, based on what you do know, this system seems to work because this ship has never really had problems getting people in and out of the mainland.
Lawrence admires it. The efficiency, the effectiveness.
That said, probably makes for a less interesting or fun ship ride. Yeah.
Yeah, Lawrence is a bit less than thrilled about that one, but it is what it is.
So. Otherwise, you guys got a couple of days. It's up to you. If there's anything you want to do, anywhere you want to go, anyone you want to talk to.
Well, it's just bullshitting around and wasting time.
And
I'm not supposed to talk to anyone.
Okay, just because you're not supposed to doesn't mean you're not going to, so I had to give the opportunity.
Fair.
Larry, in the background of this conversation between Alex and Robert holding a gun. Anyway.
Frey going a little stir crazy, compliments the cook on their cooking.
Oh no.
It is old bread with gravy and then sliced carrots on top, making almost like a mushy stew. And
Frey smiles a smile that he definitely does not feel. This does not seem like a meal he's going to enjoy.
Meanwhile, Larry in the background scarfing down a meal.
But yeah, so I think, like, you know, outside of chatting with the group, Frey will mostly focus on doing some sketching. Maybe take out his lyre and do some music.
We could play music together.
Yeah. So he kind of, you know, looks around to see if, you know, the crew seems to be enjoying it at all.
They, not quite side-eyeing you, but it's obviously not something they're used to. And they just kind of, like, again, they're standoffish. Like, they don't interact. They don't really... It's about disconnect. It's about compartmentalization. So, like, no one's like, yeah, play more, dancing. They're like, okay, like, I guess. And they just kind of, like, give you a little bit wider of a berth.
You also get aside from Lawrence during this scene.
I mean, I didn't say that we were going to do it on deck or anything.
We make an ass out of ourselves in public on the ship.
Yeah, Frey, I think, like, you know, at some point he's just flopping back down on his bed once they get back, and he's just like, oh, are we there yet? Is it only the first day still? I'm going mad in here.
Mr. Vrock, it's been 2.5 hours.
I mean, I understand we're supposed to be quiet and not socialize, but
Here. Lawrence will hand Frey some dice or cards or whatever the hell we have. Pull up another Samar chair. They're very flexible these days.
all right. Let's see. How many rounds before I lose my mind? And yeah, Frey will play some cards.
Okay, Ronnie, I have 2 options for you here. So either after like a round, Lawrence is going to ask Frey, so you're so bored, why don't you tell us your life story? Or alternatively, Larry and Garrett make small talk, dad talk the entire time, and it's mind-numbingly boring for Frey. Up to you.
I mean, yeah, if Lawrence asks Frey to tell them his life story, Frey will not tell his life story, but he will, you know, talk about the various his various patrons over the years, the interesting people he's met, some of the antics of high society, you know, the ridiculous stuff that rich people get up to. With only, like, you know, little hints here and there about his own life amidst it all, but definitely, you know, more of talking around himself.
Larry told me, like, nah, that's not a life story. Those are just highlights. You've gotten mine at this point, haven't you? It's only fair.
Well, what precisely would you like to know?
How'd you start? How'd you rise? How'd you fall into this band of miscreants?
Well, I suppose you could say that I was with this band of miscreants for as long as I can remember. The way it was told to me is that she pulled me out of a gutter, saved me from freezing to death. Then it was learning, you know, tricks here and there. How to palm a card, how to pick a pocket, that sort of thing. But it was my cards that really drew me in. I really started out with a bit of a curiosity I found in some little back alley shop one day. My first set of divination cards, and I'd tell fortunes on the street corners. And from there, I caught the eye of a well-to-do woman, got invited to a luncheon. I think I was really just, you know, a curiosity, a bit of, you know, funny entertainment from, you know, the slums, that sort of thing. But Adeline, she had other connections. she saw opportunity in me, she saw skill in me, and well, from there I started getting more invitations, calls for entertainment at various, a dinner party here, a seance there, something over tea here and there for, small groups, that sort of thing. And I'd make my own connections there, charm people. And, it just sort of grows. And he just kind of shrugs.
And then some incident put you in some bad graces, and you fled off with a band of mercenaries.
Yes.
Well, sounds like the kind of thing you'd read in a novel.
Well, you could really blame Garrett here for all of that. Him and Rohan, really. They were, and he kind of, looks over at Garrett. Well, you know the story. Did some gambling, upset the wrong family.
It was pretty much all Rohan who was doing that. I was just following along, but he had these loaded dice that he could basically, you could roll them, and if you were apt, you could, at the last second as they're rolling, make sure they always landed the right way so that you would win. But then if you weren't apt, you'd roll them and they would just roll like regular dice. So that's what he was doing. He was making a bunch of money. We had some people corner us in a dark alley, and we're basically like, hey, we're the local gang. You owe us some money. Rohan didn't
say that to you, Mr. Viacourt.
Not specifically like that. They said, I forget what the family was, but they said, hey, we're with insert prime family name here. You owe us money from what you're doing tonight. Rohan was like, no. And then we kind of paid up like a pittance amount, and then they sent Frey to tell us that we were invited to a meeting with them, and then it turned out that it was actually going to be an execution ambush. At which point...
It was the Moretti family, by the way. I do suggest you remember that, in case it does come up. Not that I think that there would be any more trouble for you in that regard. But you don't want to risk insulting them again. But yes, see, it's not the sort of work that I would normally do, though from time to time. Adeline would have these other jobs for me, just, little things, just convince somebody that this or that would be a good idea. Let them... And he kind of waves a hand somewhat vaguely at the concept. I don't usually get involved in the dirtier part of the business. I like to remain removed from that. But
that was the point where you decided you really like the cut of these people's jib who run up against crime families.
That was it was more the fact that it was around that time that I had what I think might have been my first real vision, flash of something to come. And I couldn't ignore what was going to happen, what I was pulling them into, and I admit I was a bit short-sighted. I panicked. And the idea of not doing what I was supposed to do, of pulling back, then it seemed like a very good idea to get out of Alisir entirely, because you don't disappoint those people. But it has been quite a while since then, and we had a peaceful few days in Alisir with our recent return. And I have enough faith in my value that I'm sure it's nothing I can't patch up.
And it's been nothing but up since then, huh?
I don't know about that. But things have certainly been eventful since then. In entirely new ways.
Certainly one way to put it.
I suppose. I mean, I've shared all this before, that everything I do now is something I'd only claimed to do before. And I don't quite know if I want to share with her that that's changed.
This person who was your boss at the time.
I suppose boss is one way to put it.
Would you put it another way?
Well, reasonably, if you're raised by a woman since childhood, some might say mother, but that doesn't quite fit either. Some might say handler. Some might say... But I suppose boss is a good way to put it.
You are a lot
I
to
don't know.
handle at times.
She was always just Adeline.
Something tells me you'd want to look elsewhere for a mother figure, though I am operating on incomplete information.
I think I've never been particularly desperate for a mother. It's not something I really like to think too much about. I mean, when I do think about it, I have ultimately two options. Either my parents are dead or they abandoned me, and either those options don't seem very, very satisfying, so I just have Adeline. And you know what? That's enough.
Well, in the former, you certainly wouldn't be alone. Many people's parents are dead these days.
True enough. And, considering the timing of it all, it wouldn't be a surprise if I ever did find out that, it was everything with the Black Sun. I don't know.
There's a certain saying where if someone's been killed and there's a gun on the wall, it was likely the gun that shot him. Sometimes the easiest answer is the best one.
You might be right about that, but I think I prefer just to not linger on those questions. I mean, it doesn't change anything.
Lawrence actually looks down for a few moments. I suppose it's just a subject we differ on.
How do you mean? What are your thoughts?
I suppose they're not that complex. I wanted to know if my mother died and sought to find out.
Did you find out?
After an ill-conceived journey that led myself and a few associates down the pillaged coast, I found a funeral pyre that likely contained her ashes, and the ashes of many, many others. Bright side, managed to find some jewelry and pieces, old armor pieces and weapons. So it was not a fruitless venture, at least.
Oh, I am sorry for that all the same. Did you find out what had happened?
Well, it was during the Year of Black Sun, so...
Nah, of course.
Not particularly, outside of them being beached there.
Frey frowns a moment. I suppose the funny thing is, maybe if I did know who they were, maybe there would be answers to be found there for what it is I can do, but... But I suppose such things always remain a mystery.
Without anything to go on, like a family name, that would be awful tough to look into.
I have... Varrock is one I chose for myself. It just seemed fitting. And Frey is not even my true first name. Don't know what my born name is.
As much as we do have our differences, Mr. Varrock, it seems we also have many, many similarities.
As I am learning, little by little, day by day, Mr. Lorenz.
Let's try to not use that too often, huh?
Apologies. I sense that there's more baggage attached to that name than we know. I won't pry, of course.
Well, with only that piece, it's not going to be much of an issue, but it is pointedly foreign. Which is not it does no favors to my continued living in general and well-being.
So where did Beckett come from?
Sounded mercantile, at least I thought.
It certainly does have a ring to it.
It was, when was that? I believe that was back in 52? A few years ago I picked that. I had a bit of a nest egg, a retirement fund, if you will, for my time on the account. Spent a good while in Alice here drinking around and generally doing not much before kicking myself into gear and actually making something of my life. There was a time I was thinking of just languishing there as long as I could. Lawrence shrugs. But as you can see, I did not do that.
You've certainly made something of yourself.
Still trying to every day.
I've noticed that you've used the account to describe for some of your previous activities, is that just what you and your shipmates called it, or is that in industry standard term?
No, most don't give a shit, Mr. Viacourt.
Most don't
But
give a shit.
there are many who prefer to keep that as a separate life. Those who wish to retire and legitimatize.
No, yeah, legitimize. Legitimize. Yeah, I know what you mean.
This
Yeah.
language. Right, that. And those people prefer to not refer to their previous lives so directly. So, those who have spent time on the account who prefer to spend a majority of the time off will refer to it as such.
Okay.
Though that's only people who actually care.
Right. I wasn't sure if that was something that would be, if that was mentioned to others like yourself who were attempting to step away from or have stepped away from that part of their past, it would be understood, or if that was a more, or you know what I mean, like if that's just like a thing that everyone understands, or if that was like a specific group who, you know.
No, just how people refer to their time working in imports.
Imports and the account. I see.
Mm-hmm.
And you mentioned this language. So this is not your
say that.
Okay. I will refrain from poking further.
It's appreciated. There were a lot of books that could be read back on the Black Dawn. Captain Soren preferred to keep a few extras from our conquests. Though it's often hard to determine how a word's supposed to be said when you've only read it. And when half the crew can barely read those books to begin with. Let alone say the words.
I certainly can sympathize. I've in my time more in Artivishte, I've certainly read some novels with very interestingly spelt names of characters and locations, and you have to, without being able to ask the author directly, guess at best pronunciation.
No. You don't guess. You pick a pronunciation and you commit to it. If you say it with confidence and there's nobody there to correct you, you are not wrong.
It only works you're only correct until you're not, Mr. Varrock, and then it becomes a hassle.
And thus, I am always right.
Alpha look.
Do dictionaries exist? Robert?
Mira would ask that question.
Yes, dictionaries do exist.
I imagine that's more of like a specific place of learning kind of thing, right?
I mean, her dad literally used to be a professor, so...
Yeah.
Place of learning, there you go.
Anyway, I used to read the dictionary sometimes.
Sorry, I'm eating
Read
myself.
The dictionary, where it's just did you just start at A and work your way through?
No, I would just kind of flip around and learn new
Meander.
things.
I see.
I wouldn't exactly call that light reading, but certainly informational. What was your favorite part?
What's your favorite word, mister? I'm pretty partial to serendipity myself. It's a fun word to say, I think.
Well, I don't know. There's just a lot of words that have really poetic meanings or are just fun to say that maybe would be difficult to read unless you knew how to say them, like
Those points, like, yep, she gets it.
like onomatopoeia or
Oh, that's a fun one.
Alex is thinking
Disestablishmentarianism.
it's anti-disestablishmentarianism. Synecdoche.
What?
Probably couldn't spell that if you tried. I bet she could have.
What was that?
Actually, Alex doesn't know how to spell that.
Schenectady. It's a town in New York.
Synecdoche. It's it means, Alex is Googling. How would Mira explain this?
Alex, you just roleplayed yourself into the weirdest fucking corner, and I'm really excited to see you get out.
The only reason I know that word is from, like, a movie about a spelling bee.
All right, well, your audience of one is excited to see how you get out of this one.
It's like... it's kind of like a figure of speech where you refer to a part of something to represent all of it.
I'll be honest, Miss Tightrail, you could have made that up and I would have no way of knowing one way or another.
Well, I'm sure you would understand, like, if you said sails for a ship, like a fleet of sails. Does that make sense?
I suppose. You could still be making it up, but I suppose it makes sense.
Or you need more hands to refer to, like workers or crew
Ship
members
hands,
or
sure.
something. Somebody, some far off time in the past came up with that word, and I just think that's very interesting that people think of things like that.
Really,
I've
there's
never come up with a new word. I don't know anyone who has.
there's practically more words than we know what to do with.
Let's do away with a few. What do we need all these for?
I'm fond of the word effervescent myself.
It's like
That was
mist,
fun
right?
to say.
Hey, it sounds quite lovely.
It's like mist, right?
It has a... It can certainly evoke such an idea.
A quality that mist could have, I guess.
It's more of this...
It's bubbly, is it not?
Essentially, yes.
Like beer?
Or champagne.
I think it's called that froth or frothy.
Well, beer would be more frothy, but champagne is more effervescent.
But also effervescent or bubbly
when
in
you
the sense of an air about you.
Someone who's kind of
Enthusiastic.
yes, upbeat,
Yes.
enthusiastic.
When you refer to champagne and this effervescentness, you sound very moneyed, Mr. Viacourt.
We've gone over this before, haven't we?
We certainly have. It's just, it's more obvious at times.
Oh, okay.
At sometimes than others.
You
Right.
weren't. You weren't born into it. You
No.
actually mentioned the other day that you have a brother.
Yes, I do indeed have a brother. I also have a sister as well.
Do you see much of them?
Unfortunately, no. They along with my parents live in Eindared. Part of how I got in all of this was because my younger brother got a bit over his head with some gambling debts, and
Right. Back
I had
during your
to
criminal days.
travel all the way to Eindared from Artivishte to help him out of that.
Where are they now?
Where?
Last I heard, they were back in Eindared with my parents in Asliak.
I'm
I
glad to hear
totally
they're
butchered that
still.
pronunciation.
I'm glad to hear
Asliak.
they're still around, at least.
Indeed.
I think you just reminded me. I think I had a brother once. Lawrence says it's kind of like scratching his head.
You think?
Like, if I'm correct, I last saw him maybe when I was 2 or 3.
Mm.
Oh.
Lauren just shrugs.
Well, on a slightly different note, I didn't get to say my favorite words. I like the ooh. I like the ooh words with the double O, like hoot or sloop or boot. They're fun to say.
I see. Mr. Viacord, a lover of boots and sloops.
Mira she has the
Flute?
the
What?
biggest smile on her face right now. She thinks
I guess
the
flute
best
is
thing
not a.
that she's ever heard.
I guess flute isn't double O, but it's still fun to say.
Really, anything with that ooh sound.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
mood
Or a
Yes.
noose.
boost.
Not
Goose.
so much a noose, but yes, still fun to say a lot of words like that.
No, Alice, hang up the phone. Stop.
Just kill a spirit.
Frey, are you okay there? What?
Mr. Viacord,
what's a
do we need
phone?
something?
It's a phone.
Can we help you? What's happening?
Oh no, the spirits, they're inhabiting him again.
Oh, I have a work phone on my desk, like a physical office phone, and my cat likes to sprawl over it, and she just knocked the receiver off and started dialing someone's extension, and
Pretty funny.
I'm sorry, carry on.
Carry
she is
on.
not on the phone anymore.
So, related to your question before, Mr. Viacord, do you know any other languages? My immediate guess would be no, but I've been wrong before.
I know Parisian.
Mm-hmm. As we all do, as we're speaking in right now.
Of course, and I happen to know a little bit of backwoods gutter Parisian. If you know, having grown up in a nowhere rock farming town, they do speak a little more. It's not like true. Well, not, I guess not true Parisian, but you know what I mean. It's a little country bumpkin-esque.
I see. And you, Mr. Viacord, and you, Mr. Farrak, did your boss handling not quite mother have you learn anything else?
No, actually, I've only ever spoken Frisian. It was all I really needed in Alisir, though I had actually considered asking Rohan if he'd teach me Reclarian.
Why would
Do
you
you
learn that?
Mr. Beckett, do you know what the Amandir Sin are?
Robert?
I was still muted from fucking laughing earlier. Sorry. The closest translation to that phrase is like death thinker or something. Like, you know, someone who thinks or obsesses over death, but like as a title almost.
You don't see Lawrence's look of recognition behind the glasses, but after a moment he goes, could be meaning that you are without thought, or maybe think about the dead.
He gives a small smile at that. The way it was told to me, they are people who are touched by death. I met someone who they told me that was what I was, and the only clue he had, someone else who I'm able to find more information from, is someone located in Crest.
Crest?
Did I say that correctly?
Crest.
Oh, okay, Crest.
Where is this? Am I?
That's the capital of Rayclow.
Oh.
Specifically, it is the western capital.
How common is it for non-Rayclarian people to be hanging out at the capital there?
It's not really a thing.
What color hair does Frey have? Is it like reddish?
It's very red.
Lawrence opens his mouth to respond to that. It hangs for a moment. It closes. Opens again. You might want to either not do that, not follow up on that, or invest in some of these, and he taps his glasses, and maybe change of hair color.
I certainly understand the difficulties, and I don't know if it will ever be a real opportunity, but I thought if the opportunity ever does come, and it would be to my benefit to be able to speak the language. It's like you said, Mr. Beckett, I need to seize control somehow.
A fair point. As long as you go about it carefully, then, well, you'll see no judgment from me.
He gives a small smile. I mean, have you ever considered? I mean, why did you leave Rayclow? If I may ask, I understand that might be a tricky question.
Lawrence laughs. Lawrence laughs to himself. Like he covers his mouth to like muffle it a little bit, but he's laughing. Let me find some real quick.
or maybe how would be a better question.
I was 4 when my father took me from the home I was born to, and out west. So it was not really something that I firstly had control over, or secondly even considered much. Was there something else that Frey also asked Ronnie, or am I?
No, just the how or why he left Rayclow.
Yeah, that's his response.
Okay. He gives a nod. Seems such is the nature of being children. We have no control of that early trajectory of our lives.
Lawrence laughs again, but more grimly this time.
Have you been to Rayclow then?
suppose it depends on what you consider Rayclow.
Then I'll ask again in the sense of what you consider Rayclow.
Lawrence will pause, look to those present, those who are currently cards at a table magically. There was a time people considered the Barrier Islands Rayclow, so I would say yes.
Did you see the church before its fall?
It's a moment before he nods. There was a time I frequented that church. Again, not by choice, but Lawrence shrugs. What's a child to do? But as they're told.
Exactly.
You did seem very thoughtful when we were there. I sort of wondered if you'd been there before. Although I
It's
don't
always
know
a
if
bit
I would have
nostalgic.
guessed. I don't know if I would have guessed if it was when you were a child.
Well, I lived there up until I was 14. 15 maybe. For those at home, that means Lawrence was there during the Black Sun.
Okay.
It's on the island during the Black Sun.
What was it like here then? Like, the city is not very big, is it?
No, it's like I said when you guys first arrived, it's obvious that there was like an attempt to build like solid housing, but everything beyond that like is very ramshackle, and even then it is definitely not a city by any means.
Less ramshackle. That's not a good word. More thoughtful in its layout. Mostly buildings and facilities for those who worked at the fort, their families.
I mean, specifically, she was referring to what it was like during the Black Sun.
Frey will actually ask that. And during the Black Sun itself?
Many were out when it began and did not return. We had good supplies at the fort that never could have lasted. People were hungry when the pirates came.
Lawrence goes silent.
Frey is also quiet at that. Just kind of imagining. He hasn't touched his cards in a little while. I suppose. I suppose in some way I consider myself fortunate for not having those memories.
Well, it's hardly a unique story. No, maybe a few aspects. Plenty of people suffered. even then I was hardly the only survivor. And hardly the only one even taken by the pirates.
Taken?
Correct.
Did we know that before? I don't remember.
I think Lawrence claimed he was kidnapped by pirates when he was younger. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think it was in such a specifically, like, poignant context as it is now, though.
But said plainly, perhaps implied.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like Lawrence has mostly implied his time with the pirates this entire time.
Yeah. His alleged time with the pirates, please. Listen, he was taken forcefully to the account.
Alleged time when he allegedly poisoned everyone.
Allegedly.
Not everyone. I don't know why I said everyone. Some unfortunate folks.
And thus the young cook on Captain Soren's ship.
Well, to be fair, they needed it. Mr. Mori was, frankly terrible.
Well, I can say that I haven't been disappointed by your cooking yet, even if travel rations do force it to be rather limited at times.
Mr. Faraka, I only have cooked for you as biscuits. I've heated the rations.
Well, the biscuits were very good. I suppose that the heated rations were
For those compliments, you can refer them to where we purchased them, but at the time I did little more than peel potatoes and crack eggs every now and then. Clean up a lot. It was a time of swift learning in many ways.
I think you could do something more than the peas and gravy that they've been serving on this ship.
Well, maybe they need a little salt, but I think peas and gravies have been quite good.
Mm-hmm.
It's clear that they have restocked on the island.
I mean,
Ray
I've got
wrinkles his nose.
Covering everything in gravy all the time seems a little boring, but I suppose it is food that they're cooking on a ship, so...
But I mean, we're on a ship. Why can't we have fish? I mean, they're right there over the side of the boat.
Some still has to dedicate themselves to doing said fishing, and when we're very clear on a clear route to a port, oftentimes not much reason for it. That said, I've done plenty of fishing in my time.
Did you catch us a fish?
If it weren't this ship, maybe. And you had a fishing rod to provide. I don't exactly keep one on me.
Garrett?
I do have a travel fishing rod. Wink, wink, hint, hint to Robert there. Or I don't have a travel rod. I don't currently have a travel rod on my character sheet. I have not purchased one. So I guess theoretically, no, Garrett does not have a travel fishing rod.
It is not one of those integral things from town to town when you're in constant danger.
Right. So yeah.
That is unfortunate.
Lauren shrugs. I don't do like cooking much these days, to be honest. It's a life that I've moved on from. Though eating good food is not something I'll ever move on from, I don't think.
I don't think anyone should. We should all enjoy what we eat.
When possible, at least. There are certainly leaner times when one should be appreciative for what they have, but when one has means, one should enjoy themselves.
I don't... Frey just kind of pouts and leans back in his seat. You're not going to get me to enjoy peas. No matter how you dress it up or how much gravy you pour over them.
Let me tell you, Mr. Frock, when you've not eaten in 2 days, those peas and gravy would look divine.
Or 3 or 4 or 5.
Oh, I've had those moments, but they are far behind me and I have no desire to go back.
You could at least try a different way to cook the peas.
Peas can be good in a casserole every now and then. Good roughage. Fills the belly.
Do you think they have any good dining spots in Omen Harbor?
No. No, I do not, Mr. Varrock.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Well, then I suppose I shall continue to suffer.
Won't we all? Won't we all? Right, well, now we've got 2 life stories out of the way. Miss Tyra, what's yours? We woke up, didn't sleep, met a mailman, joined some mercenaries after being rescued from a dungeon.
There were a few things in between all of that, but yes.
Lawrence points his eyes. Can't get past me.
Well, I think I've talked about it pretty plainly, haven't I?
That was the joke, Miss Tyrell.
She looks kind of embarrassed. Well, is there anything else you want to know?
Was there a purpose?
To which part?
Your creation, I suppose. Most people are accidents. They just, it's natural. But I don't know if that can accidentally happen. But, I mean, I'm mage, I'm no apt. Lawrence shrugs.
No,
Maybe tomorrow we'll wake up and Mr. Varrock will have had. Accidentally
I'll have
one.
I don't think that's likely.
Lawrence is laughing because he enjoys his own joke.
Mira looks a little bit more somber. Well, my father and his wife had a daughter before me, and she died. And he wanted to bring her back, and so that was what he was trying to do, but it wasn't her, it was me instead. Although her heart is still inside me. I think that's part of what makes me work. So, not an accident. Very, very much on purpose. Although I guess it being me was an accident. But I guess every child that is born is technically an accident who they end up becoming. She kind of looks like she has confused herself, and
Did you mean the heart part literally?
Yes.
Like the meat?
Yes. I know it's shocking, and he was not in a very good place. I think his wife left him, and because he wouldn't stop trying. He never told me that, but I learned about it through reading some of his notes and things after he disappeared. There's a lot of things I wish I could still talk to him about, but he didn't really stay for long.
Good terms, or?
With my father?
Yeah, the one who put the meat in you. Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't be here if he hadn't. She looks confused.
Lawrence is looking at the others to see if there's any opinions on this matter otherwise.
Frey is just watching this like a little cautiously, kind of trying to like gauge Lawrence's reaction.
I understand that it's strange and probably not something that most people think that one should do. I think
Lawrence recalls a question he pondered the day before about people in that church, and his opinion is shifting in a certain direction.
I think when people are grieving, they can do very strange things. I don't know if I could really say if it was right or wrong. But now I'm here, so... And even though I wasn't what he wanted, he still loved me, so... She kind of trails off a little bit, kind of like uncertainly.
He's not still trying for the other, is he?
No. No.
And you're sure?
No, he used to call me her name, but only for a while. Then he understood. At least, I think so. And he gave me my own name and treated me like my own person.
Larry is going to remove his glasses slowly, carefully. Look at Mira. Miss Tyrell.
Yes?
I don't know much about anything, really, as I learn more and more in this life. But something tells me that, even just based on your story, maybe he will keep trying that. Oh, but hey, I've been wrong before. But I would be cautious around such a person.
I don't think you know anything about my father, so...
No, I don't. But I do know what people do when they lose someone.
She looks a little hurt. So do I.
Larry puts his glasses back on.
Maybe I don't know my father as well as I should, but I know that he loves me.
You know, I think about that sometimes. About my mother, particularly. What could have happened if she was still alive or is? And the kind of things she would do if she knew how I've spent my life. Even if someone does love you, it does not mean that you are the most important thing to them. But again, I don't know him.
I think she looks like surprisingly upset. Just at the implication, I guess. I think she's probably gonna get up and take a walk without saying anything else.
Ray watches her go, looking a little torn.
Yeah, Garrett also watches her go, starts to rise from his seat a little bit to maybe follow, but then decides that she probably needs a minute or two to just even absorb this on her own before sitting back down.
I think the last bits of that conversation were Larry not looking at Mira, after putting his glasses back on, instead of looking at the cards, and still looking at them after she leaves. I think he'll just comment, "That was too far, wasn't it?"
I don't know. I think that you're right, and that we still need to be wary of her father, or at the very least, she needs to be wary of her father. But
you met him, or
very briefly in the middle.
Did he seem the most stable?
No.
Well, I mean, we also
the circumstances were unusual, to say the least.
He was kind of undead when we met him.
Good.
And then Mira wished him back to life, and he was reverted somehow.
Hang on, wished? As in,
yeah,
like she has some magic she used, or
we had a genie
in a lamp.
A what?
Yeah.
This is
literal genie in a literal lamp.
Joking. What's this about?
God, this is a lot.
You're making dumb stories.
Last time we were in Fortuny Soul, we got caught up in dealing with Deal and some assassination stuff.
Huh.
And then there was a whole revenge plot about the guy who was running the assassins, because one of the assassins, he kind of abused them and whatever. So one of them finally lashed out, stole a magical artifact from the Soldiers of the Blue, and it just so happened to be a literal genie in a lamp, and we managed to come into possession of it, and Mira happened to use the last wish to bring her dad back to life.
You can't see it, but he's blinking. He's just blinking a few times. if this were a few months ago, I would not believe you. I would laugh at your fun story. Are you being genuine?
Yeah, no, this genie thing was really freaky the whole time, right, Frey?
It was our first encounter with it. We had no idea what it was, only that it had been used to set a man on fire eternally without dying.
Oh, so it was a follower of Radiatum. Okay.
We actually we threw it into the ocean and it came back.
Oh.
Like almost immediately, like you threw it in the ocean, and then within an hour or so, I think it was back.
Mm-hmm.
So what? You just held on to it?
We did.
We couldn't get rid of it until we used the last wish.
Wait, what do you mean last? Was there multiple?
Yeah. There were, as far as we know, I think 3 wishes?
So did you wish to cure Mr. Varrock, or?
No. One of the wishes... Sorry,
there were only
you
2
go.
wishes left when we got it.
So one for her father, and what else?
What was the second one for? I don't remember.
Wasn't it also for her father?
Yeah, it was an accidental... Oh, man, I wish I could talk to him right now. Oh, shit!
Yeah,
Kind of
that was
moment.
exactly what it was.
Yes.
It was me, Alex, being silly and it being perfect. But anyway, I'm not in the scene, so I'll shut up.
Yeah, and then the next wish was reviving Mira's dad.
We were afraid to use it. We saw the results of the first one and we didn't know if it would twist things.
Huh. Well, I suppose deals that are too good to be true often are. Much like that book.
Indeed.
There were things
no,
I had thought to make easy by using it, but I'm starting to feel that maybe hard work is a bit more, a bit better of a route.
My worry is using it too much would make
Becoming
it
like that.
Yes. That's also it could form a reliance on it, make it a habit, and then it'd be harder to give up.
Right, if you can't think for yourself and you can only follow what the book says, it's harder to think of anything.
You know, on our
Except
way
the book.
back, I had a certain thought we could find people who needed help. Homeless or jobless sorts. Offer them a fair sum of coin to ask a specific question. Gain information that way. Didn't take me long to realize just how terrible of a thing that would be. And then to think again and how others might have done it. I imagine if we gave Wallace the book, he would have done that, but then slaughtered the person who read the book. Kept it all isolated that way.
Yeah, he would have had them ask about himself instead of themselves, but yeah.
So, formerly dead, or undead, died, revived by a genie that you seem to have said that doesn't give straightforward desires of some kind.
Well, we never knew how it worked exactly.
But it's gone now.
It's gone now, yes.
I see.
But no, I do agree with what you told Mira, even though this probably was not the time to have that conversation.
Yeah.
I've seen people trapped in grief, see how they can wither away before it. And Frey kind of he twists like the rings on his fingers a bit as he's talking about this. And they can become desperate for any chance to for any salve for that wound.
When a parent has intents for their child, it often does not end well when that child is not as they wish.
I do not know the current mental state of Mira's father. I don't know at what point in his grief he was returned to. I don't know if he would be a danger, though. And he looks over at you, Garrett. Didn't he come to see Mira after all of that and magic you all unconscious to do so?
Yes,
Oh.
he did.
Oh, good. Trustworthy.
Aye, so there might be something to worry about there.
Well, I think that... see, that's the thing. I don't know. I mean, he could have easily killed all of us instead of just knocking us out. So
Aye,
there
but
is
he also
that.
could have
Such
just asked for
control.
a private conversation.
That's true as well.
Certainly distinct lack of respect, at least.
Yeah.
That's concerning. That's a little concerning.
Yeah.
Like I will admit I may have been talking out my ass previously, but that's very concerning.
And he does seem to be a
Powerful mage.
exactly.
I mean, on the plus side, at least he's in the middle of Rayclow wrecking things. So
Is that? I see.
he's going after... So in Corval, there was this Rayclarian plot that involved raising demons or using or something, some kind of evil magic summonings. And we had to close a gate to keep something coming out the other side. I'm not sure Frey was more involved with that part than I was, but
Never. I felt it, but I never saw it. Rohan was the only one who actually went into that chamber.
Yeah, but
How irresponsible was your friend?
I'd rather not speak ill of him.
yeah,
Yes, apologies.
but he
He was adventurous.
yes,
A demon? It doesn't sound exactly within the typical canons or scopes of Radiatum to condone such things.
But yeah, so this I don't know whether it was a demon or just a monster from the other side or what. We had to close, I guess, a magical portal or whatever to keep it stranded there. And Mira's father did that with a massive explosion, which cost Rohan his life and also killed a large number of Rayclarian soldiers. And then he went into Raycloud to track down the man who was in charge of that whole project and kill him.
So he killed your friend.
Indirectly, yeah. We were left. We were out of the area where the explosion was going to happen, and he wanted to warn the Reclarian soldiers not to go to where the house where everything was happening was, because it was going to blow up. And he got captured by the Reclarians and brought to the house, and then it blew up.
I will refrain from making a comment on the situation, but that is unfortunate.
Very shitty, yeah. Very shitty situation.
Did you all know who was responsible for all that?
Yes.
Lawrence gestures for Garrett to go on.
I think we only had a name, somebody called Vale.
Yes, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think Rohan was the only one who had a direct thing with them, and then he died.
That feels a little on the nose as far as pseudonyms go, doesn't it?
It does, yes. Very, very appropriate. But I don't know what's going on with all of that now. I just know that Samar's mentor might be being held captive by them right now.
The Reclarians?
Yes, and Vale.
Huh. Wait, so not in Rayclow?
I believe still in Vicania. But I'm sure Samar can talk more about that when they are back from their nap.
It seems the events of the island of Tuckered tuckered them out.
I mean, all that exercise. It's enough to exhaust anyone.
Of course.
But
is there anything else you know about this veil?
Bray frowned a moment. I don't believe so. They're a bit of a mystery.
Where was the demon summoning out of character? What was that supposed to be?
That was in Corval.
Mm-hmm.
Where's that at? I don't mind.
Yeah.
It's to the southeast of Artavishte.
No, I see it.
Like,
What's the name of that country?
Vicania?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's north of the lake. It's not close to the lake, I guess.
Close is a matter of perspective.
Okay.
So that's about all you know about the whole thing.
Well, I mean, the Reclarians were kidnapping and torturing people to feed the portal and the monster in it. But yeah,
it's a little uncouth, that.
that's part of why we had to shut it down.
Understandable.
Whatever that thing was, I felt it, and it was horrible. It felt like death and blood and misery and I don't ever want to feel anything like that again.
Worse than the shadow at the lake?
Yes. Much worse.
Lawrence shakes his head. It is even despite the glasses, it's clear that this has unsettled him somewhat.
Yeah. I mean, they were also behind the whole plot that blew up part of the Queen's palace and almost killed my wife and everything. So at least we got that resolved.
I see. And you said she's recovering, right? I believe we discussed that briefly before.
Oh yes, she's doing so much better. She's able
Good,
to walk
good.
around on her own now. There was a bunch of damage to our estate, so I'm sure she's driving all the repair people quite insane.
Lawrence is quiet for a minute, clearly thinking about something. And yes, Dave, this is an invitation if you want to ask.
Oh, geez. A lot of thinking lately. Copper, for your thoughts?
Well, all right, but I better get that copper. I'm wondering who would orchestrate such a thing. One could not do so, without some authority. And, well, I'm wondering who with authority would do such terrible things. War is war. It's understandably terrible, but demons and torture?
Well,
Let's see if
like
I can
Frey
actually see.
said, that Veil person is the only next person up the chain that we know of.
Maybe
That sounds more like a pseudonym or like a name they call themselves versus an actual name that they use in everyday life.
It would have to be. That'd have to be pretty high up, right, Robert? That kind of thing.
What? The...
Orchestrating such a thing.
Oh, yeah. Like, Yeah. Like, if this is... Like, you mean the stuff with, like, Veil?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, if this is... That would be
Official.
some big shit. Yeah, if it's official.
Yeah, if it is, it had to be orchestrated by an Arlustre.
What was that?
One of the church's higher ups, an Arlustre.
Do I know what our lustre is?
Probably not, because in the top of my head, I can't remember. William?
You've heard the word Luminator?
Have I heard the word luminator?
Yeah, you've spent enough time in, like, Alasir that you would, Luminators are essentially the military arm of the religion.
Okay.
The big leaders.
Yeah, they're the big ones.
Okay. The luminators are the leaders?
They're, like, imagine,
Military
like...
leaders.
Yeah, like, they're the military arm of the religion, and because the religion is pretty much in control of the country, the non-religious military is essentially the foot soldiers to the Luminators who kind of run things.
Okay. So they're like the generals.
Yeah,
Maybe higher?
there are more of them than there would be generals, but yeah, that sort of thing,
Okay.
where, like, they are
Okay.
going to, like, you know, if they show up, they immediately are in command.
Okay. Yeah, Frey nods, and I'm familiar with them.
The only thing I've ever heard about, certainly.
She mentioned
Lawrence like nudges Garrett and holds a hand out for his copper.
As Garrett reaches into his pouch, pulls his hand out in a fist, and proceeds to give Lawrence the finger before actually handing him a copper.
Lawrence chuckles a bit and puts the copper away. He takes it still.
Oh yeah, no, of course. Garrett fully expects him to take it, and he's got a big smile on his face the whole time. He just got,
Lawrence just adds to the plot for the poker game.
Well, I think the two of you will have to continue this without me. I'm gonna go check on Mira.
We'll be here if you need
Frey,
anything.
he nods and puts down his cards. He probably had a really poor hand. And yeah, he's gonna head out to go find Mira.
Lawrence leans over. Can't believe you folded. He had a flush.
Garrett just laughs and shakes his head and folds as well because he had a low pair.
Street leans over. Go fish.
Lawrence had a slightly higher pair and raised in the coin.
Anyway, so Mira, where'd you head?
I just stand on deck, look at the ocean.
Well, Frey, that's where you find him.
All right, yeah. So Frey, how is Mira looking? He doesn't like approach right away. He's probably gonna, linger across the way a moment.
She probably has her arms crossed, the kind of hugging yourself sort of thing.
Okay. So he is going to approach, not touching her. Actually, no, he will come and, put a hand on her shoulder. Are you all right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
It's okay if you're not.
I guess I just don't really understand. It's not that I don't see that what he did to create me wasn't something that people would think is wrong or even terrible. But we talked earlier about Black Sun and how maybe some people feel like they need some sort of control in their lives, and I just was sort of thinking it's not like in books, really, real life. There's not really, or at least not usually, there's not really an easy yes or no answer, or things are this way just because of this or that. It was hard to learn that.
Frey stays quiet, just letting her talk.
And in some ways, it has been difficult for me to understand how I feel about being with all of you. I don't judge you for what you felt you perhaps had to do to survive in the past. I mean, I don't judge Lawrence for that either. I mean, he himself said that he was taken young, so... I just don't understand why my father would be any different. But maybe other people have a different point of view than I do.
Frey is quiet for a moment longer, just kind of not looking at Mira, looking out at the ocean. That is the beautiful thing about people, but also sometimes a very scary thing. We all have our own points of view, our own perspectives, different values, different morals, and I think there's very little. I think it is very hard to draw a line of universal right and universal wrong. And you love your father, don't you?
I think so.
And I do believe that your father loved you. Loves you even.
I don't have any doubt about that. And nothing that Mr. Lawrence or anyone else could say could make me doubt that. She says that, but there is some very slight uncertainty in her expression. Or maybe like her eyes or something. And I think it's a little cruel to say that. I guess maybe he was trying to be real about it. I understand that I don't know everything and there's a lot of things that I'm naive about, but it was not nice to hear.
Yes, it was. It was a callous thing to say. That it can be. I do not know your father as well as you do. Only that brief meeting and what I learned from the time I was able to carry your sister. But I do know what it is to watch people wrestle with grief. especially seeing people learning how their loved ones are wrestling with grief. I think it is something to be mindful of. But I think it is something that we can only wait and see.
I suppose so.
About this time, there is... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, Frey was just saying, but what I do know, Mira, is that over the time that I've known you, I've seen you grow and learn and change, and you say that you're naive and you're still finding your way in the world. And I think that your father would love to get to know you as you are, not a shadow of your sister, but Mira herself.
If he didn't care, then why would he have come back?
I don't think there's any danger in him not caring about you.
It kind of sounded like she was maybe trying to reassure herself a little.
He squeezes her shoulder.
It's very lonely to be alone. I think both my father and I understand that very well.
And perhaps a time will come when he'll be able to be with each other again without all of this hanging over you. The journey that we're on now.
I wonder if it could ever really be that simple for someone like me. I probably wouldn't have given it a second thought a few years ago. Well, not a few years ago, but you know.
I understand.
But I guess we'll just have to wait and see. I meant what I said, by the way. That I am happy to be with you all.
And I'm happy to have you with us. And you're certainly not alone in those worries about what sort of life you might be able to live after all this is done. And but I hope that's something we'll be able to discover along the way.
hope that for you too. And she's not been she's mostly just been kind of looking out at the ocean, but she turns to look at him and like gives him a very genuine smile.
He smiles, and does he get the vibes that Mira would be okay with a hug right now?
Yeah.
Okay, then Freya's gonna go in and give her a nice big hug.
Yeah.
It's shortly after this that the lunch bell rings out, and you hear calls of people screaming, and you can see crewmen begin arguing, rock, paper, scissorsing, like, people are trying to get down there, and there is this moment where it becomes very obvious that food on this ship becomes kind of a clusterfuck.
In the card room, Lawrence throws his fucking cards down and runs out the room.
Frey does not run. He lingers for a moment by Mira and just, I don't know if the peas and gravy are worth it.
It's only a few more days, then we can find something a little less runny and mushy. She kind of like makes a little bit of a face.
For the record,
she doesn't have to eat, but she probably is doing that just to, keep up appearances currently, right?
For the record, the gravy, it's not like a thick, hearty gravy. It's very thin, runny, like halfway between gravy and like a stew.
That doesn't make it better.
No, I didn't think it would. I just wanted to make sure you guys understood.
Okay.
Got on the same page here,
Okay. So Frey just gives a sigh and says, well, it looks like a bit of a cluster there. Would maybe I'll follow you and you make a path?
As gently as one can do, kind of like politely, but forcefully, Mira will lead the way.
Frey will link arms with her. And just allow himself to be towed along.
He's gotta hang on. And so you guys begin making your way down to eat, having had extended conversations, hopefully at least growing a little bit closer and understanding each other a little bit more and how you've all ended up here. The lunch is served. It's very much you grab a plate, there's someone who will shovel the food onto your plate, or get you, shovel it into a bowl, what have you. And then you are just...
into my mouth. Sorry, Roberts.
No, I appreciate that everyone let that linger. Thank you, guys. That meant a lot to me. William's never felt so unfunny in his life.
I mean, I'm laughing.
No one else is.
It's funny. It's funny.
Listen, you're all... Thank you, Dave.
Dave, that was very patronizing, and I appreciated it.
No, I seriously think that was funny.
Oh, that's a good bit. That's a good bit. Anyway, so you all eventually get to eat. You are, of course, free to take it back to your room, but plates need to be back by, within an hour or so if you are going into your room. Otherwise, the mess hall, as it were, fills out at very quick speeds. It is shoulder to shoulder. Like, it's not a very large mess hall. It's obvious that in lieu of having insane amounts of mercantile goods to sell from port to port, at least a good portion of the profits come from this person smuggling ring that the ship runs. And as such, it definitely overcrowds on people and is built that way. But beyond that, you guys eat, shoulder to shoulder with the other crewmen. There's some people who probably aren't crewmen, but also are doing their best not to talk to you guys, not to make eye contact, like very much, you know, staying on their own. Eventually, lunch ends, and you guys are able to get back to your rooms, and you get this sense that this is what the next couple of days are going to be. Plenty of time to continue to talk, and not much else.
I don't think Larry has anything specific for that day or the next one, but I think I have something for the last day.
Sure. Anyone else have anything for today?
Don't
no.
think so.
The day passes, another one begins, much the same. You are awoken, even if you sleep through the night, you are awoken for the...
deceive me, or did William not say that he had something?
He said he didn't have anything until day 3.
Okay. Sorry. Brain not processing.
Alex is chomping at the bit for it.
Go ahead.
Alex, you should be chomping at the bit for fucking mushed peas and gravy.
Don't do horse idioms. You'll unleash something.
Alex, I curse you to only be able to eat mashed food for the rest of your life.
Throw a straw.
I like potatoes.
Throw a straw? We're getting off topic. So, the second day is much like the first. Frey, there's the unfortunate reality of, if you want your 3 square meals, you are awoken to the sounds of the morning bell just after sunrise.
Frey groans and rolls over, and who is sharing this room with him?
Larry's definitely taking one of the beds. He's pretty prompt on that.
You guys got 2 rooms, 4 beds.
If someone said anything, we could say it was Larry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So Frey rolls over and just, can you get me a plate?
Lawrence is like currently like putting his jacket on, just stops, stares at Frey in his bed.
That's too early.
Like his glasses are hanging low at the moment on his nose. You just see him blinking at you.
It's okay. I'll have what they're serving.
Didn't realize you had more than the one servant in this crew.
Well, I mean, you're already up. You're going to get a plate. You have 2 hands.
I do have 2 hands, true. And I will be using those on my bowl and my spoon.
Frey grumbles, but he does drag himself out of bed, looking a bit disheveled, but he will go up and get his own food. Curse you.
When Lawrence sees Frey up and at him at the mess hall, he smiles. He smiles and waves.
Frey just scowls. Just looks very grumpy.
The serving for breakfast is what seems to be maybe 2 or 3 day old bread, like it's slightly stale, with a fruit jam of some sort. There are no obvious specifics. It is a kind of almost purplyish, like crimsonish reddish. And eggs. Everyone gets 1 egg.
Egg.
Sorry, I'm very sorry.
How's the egg cooked?
Yes, the eggs are cooked, William.
How, asshole?
Oh, I thought you said, is the egg cooked?
I mean, can Frey make a request? What if he wants, like, over easy eggs?
They're boiled.
Can Frey get a poached egg?
They're fucking boiled. They're boiled eggs, and you can fucking peel them yourself.
You got any salt for them?
No.
Oh. Luckily, Larry has a little bit. in his bag.
Frey sits down, stares at his boiled egg, and just looks. It just looked like he's debating whether it was worth getting up for this.
Garrett's tucking in. He's got the egg set off to the side, and once he finishes with the main part of it, he's gonna crack and peel that and just basically swallow it whole.
Oh.
Oh
Let's offer him some salt before he does. You know some of those?
No, I like the eggs without the salt and just
Jesus Christ.
Fucking hell. Larry has peeled the egg before he ate the main thing, salted it, cut in half, and then salted it, and is eating it with the rest.
I don't get y'all and your salt in your eggs. This is out of character. This is out of character.
What the fuck, Dave?
Is your take that eggs don't need salt?
Dave says, you don't need salt.
Yeah, you don't. I eat my hard-boiled eggs just plain. You just take the egg and you go how, and you're good.
Add a little bit of salt next time you do it, just to the outside.
Break it up.
God.
Alex, hold William back.
I'm gonna kill him, Alex. I'm gonna kill him.
Moving on, yeah.
We can talk about food later.
Right, okay, sure.
So
After
eventually, it seems like lunch is going to be sausages as the main course. So.
Alex is excited for some sausage lunch.
Is it still served over a bed of peas, mushy peas?
No one knows what else, but it seems like they've got sausage in the cooking.
Likely gravy.
Perhaps in a comically small bun. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Anyway, so with that, eventually, if there's nothing else.
Is there anything else for the day for everyone?
I think Frey will probably spend some time doing some sketches, and he'll do sketches of the group and put all of them in stylish hats.
The one Lauren's bought recently?
Yeah, he'll do one with the hat Lawrence bought, but it's, it's spruced up a bit. A nice jaunty feather.
Did you see the new image?
I don't think I did.
It's an image reference.
Oh, how big is Streak's head?
Streak's hat is well sized for his head.
What is that? Why did you laugh? Are you okay?
I don't know. I thought it was funny. That's why I laughed. What do you mean?
Well-sized hats are very funny. Okay.
The phrasing was funny.
Okay. Lawrence spends the day going over the journals and otherwise keeping out of the people's hair.
It does unfortunately turn out that the sausage is actually going to be for dinner, and lunch looks like it is going to be the gruel-esque, stew-esque mush of yesterday. Which gets a few people complaining, but eventually dinner comes, and with it, it is sausages with cheese melted on them. They went crazy.
Ooh. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Cheese.
And pickled cabbage.
Lawrence comments to whoever's nearby that the cheese must have been going bad soon. As he happily eats it.
I mean, once it's cooked, it kills the bad stuff that makes you sick, because we don't know about bacteria theory.
Of course. Well, that's how you actually use all the seasonings. Typically, is what masks that. Well, the cheese helps with that too.
Yep. You can't beat a good slice of cheese. I'm sorry, you can't beat a Gouda slice of cheese.
All right, we're throwing Garrett overboard. Who's with me?
Nope, we're throwing Dave overboard. Who's with me? And eventually, the second day of your journey comes to a close. As you reach ever closer towards Omen Harbor, your journey starting to pivot from a due east. That third day, you are finally curving a little bit north, but unfortunately, you're still sailing pretty much directly into the sun all morning before it finally gets overhead and will be behind your back going into the evening.
Lawrence will find a time during that day where Mira is in one of the rooms, preferably without anyone else, like maybe they're busy otherwise.
Before we get into a conversation, can we have a quick, like, teeny tiny little break?
Sure.
Okay, I'll be
Lawrence will find a time when
Right.
Mira is alone in one of the rooms, and he will knock on the door.
Fast forward.
Sure, she will open the door.
She will open the door. Come on, Alex, fast forward.
Stop!
We will take you out back and shoot you. Lawrence
And
will...
probably kind of like look to the side uncertainly, given the, nature of the last time they talked to each other. Is there something I can help you with, Mr. Lawrence?
Did you have a minute to chat?
Yes.
Lawrence will gesture at that he is looking to come inside, like to go in the room.
I mean, she probably would have, like, opened the door more while saying that.
Lawrence will enter the room. I wanted to apologize for what I said previously. It wasn't meant as an attack or to hurt you. It's just that I'm not the most logically minded, even if I like to think so at times. There are times when my gut says or feels a certain way, and, well, I would say that has helped me stay alive at times. Of course, that's been wrong, and I have been wrong oh so many times, but, well, something about what you said stuck with me, to the point where I felt I could not remain silent.
What in particular?
It sounds like what your father did, he went through a considerable effort for a very particular goal. If your father is a driven man, then I do not imagine he would let go of such a goal so readily.
Between the time when my sister died and when I woke up, I suppose, was created, it was 15 years. And then maybe 10 more before I started being more like a person. My father is an old man. Or was. She kind of, like, blinks
The
a
others
little.
mentioned the genie. What happened to Rohan, etc. And I'm sorry to say, but none of it really put to ease that feeling I had during our initial conversation. I don't know him, and it's likely wrong of me to judge him, but that's really not the point.
Did they tell you what had happened to him? What he was made to be doing?
They mentioned he was undead and that there was some kind of Reclarian plot or something.
He was being controlled, essentially, to do terrible things. To sacrifice people, kidnap people.
terrible things.
Terrible things. Did they tell you about the portal?
And that there was something there far worse than the shadow we saw at the lake.
He closed the portal. Maybe he did not do it in the best way, but...
I've no love of some Clarians I've never met before. I honestly think that's a very good way, a very effective way of dealing with the problem. Swift, decisive. A shame what happened to your associate, of course. But...
Of course it is.
Frankly...
I don't think any of us wanted that to happen. I don't think he wanted to hurt anyone innocent. And perhaps hurting people that have wronged you is also wrong. I don't disagree about that.
I couldn't blame him, though. It's understandable, really. But the reason I even said it, Miss Tyrell, and I think it's this point that he actually does take his glasses off again. Kind of scratches his nose. It would be a shame if something were to happen to you that you did not know was going to be happening.
What do you mean?
I know nothing of magic, just generally speaking. Outside of that, generally, good idea to make use of cannons and firearms when dealing with mages. But I do understand once and drive to get what you want. And if what he wanted was the exact same daughter, it's possible that he still wants this. And I think that it would be good for you to be attentive when you next see him. Try to determine what it is he really, truly wants. I mentioned when we first met that when you know what someone really wants, that's when you can truly trust them. I still believe that. And I'm not saying you shouldn't trust your father, but I am saying that you should ask why. If not to him, to yourself. Why
what?
Why he's doing what he's doing. Why he did what he did. No one does something for no reason.
I don't know if I understand what you're trying to say. I know why he did what he did.
Lawrence waits.
He wanted his daughter back. And when that did not happen, he let her go.
Lawrence is remembering Mira mentioning how he had called her by the sister's name for an amount of time. But he is not bringing it up. So he just...
I mean, she also said that it was about, 10 years before she started to have, a personality and individuality.
Mm-hmm. I see.
Just pointing that out for, the audience or whatever.
I feel like I would feel like that would be an incredibly hard thing to also try and, convey as a concept to someone that you didn't have a personality for 10 years.
I mean, she kind of said it already.
But
like just a
for
few
someone to
minutes
wrap
ago.
their head around it, though, I mean.
Sure, I
Like,
guess.
Yeah, anyway. I'm not in the scene either, I'll shut up.
Anyway.
I see. Well, that's all I really had to say. Again, I understand that it was inconsiderate of your feelings to even bring it up and to do so once again. And for that, I apologize.
I understand that you're trying to give me advice or warn me or something. I'll remember, but I don't think you're right.
Well, for what it's worth, I hope so. I hope I'm wrong. And that it was just another time in my long career of being wrong about things. Though, as far as actual advice goes, you should always ask yourself why anyone is doing anything. Myself included. And I think unless Mira has anything else to say, Lawrence will put his glasses on and make ready to head out.
I was trying to think if I had anything to say.
Lawrence taking an extra long time to put his jacket back
I'm sorry.
Slowly, one sleeve, and then the other. Nope, it's caught. That's it.
Oh shit! Wait! Let me hit the rewind button.
Hold on. You're fucking distracting me. It's easy to say things like that from a distance. If I didn't know you, maybe I wouldn't think you were a very good person. Maybe I would think that about Frey. Maybe I would think that about Streak. But I know you now. I've seen you laugh. I've seen that there are things that have hurt you very deeply. And I see that you've tried to reach for something better. I can't... Maybe it's hypocritical of me to not judge you the same way that I do as someone like Wallace or anyone else. Maybe I am a hypocrite, but I'd rather
star.
be... I'd rather be a hypocrite and keep my heart open than righteous and alone. So I'd prefer to hope for the best in people. At least the ones I care about. That doesn't mean that I won't try to be careful.
For what it's worth, if that weren't the case, I would never have told you that. Any of this. And I'm probably not that good of a person, ultimately. But all anyone can do is try.
Maybe you're doing better than you think.
Lawrence laughs as he
as he heads out.
Yeah.
There you go. That's all I got, Bob.
So, on this third day, you guys continue to relax, and it seems it will be by about noon tomorrow, so you got about 24 hours left before arrival. The wind did not quite pay off, but yeah, you guys continue to do your best to relax, talk, discuss, and just generally keep to yourselves, as what I expected to be a short boat trip ended up taking the better part of 3 hours. And eventually, you guys get to bed, and another day, time turns over, and shortly before the afternoon bell, there is a different bell, same bell, obviously, but much more haphazard ringing, and they call up that Omen Harbor is imminent, and those disembarking should prepare themselves and get near the starboard bow for an away ship. You guys are loaded on, along with a couple of sailors, and they row you to this decrepit, old, mostly fallen apart dock where everything is... most of it's in the sea. There's not really a lot going on. They tie off the ship, help you get your belongings on and off and onto the dock. It is wobbling slightly even as you stand on it. The smell of hot, arid, miserable, standing fresh water, and the sound of bugs as you get closer and closer to the town proper, off of the docks from the saltwater of the Ephirian, gives this horrible mixture of smells and almost emotions, as the relatively fresh but salty seawater mixes with this horrible, swampy, thick stench of Omen Harbor. A couple of buildings are fallen over on top of each other, leaning. You can see some of the streets are completely flooded still, after all these years. This is a town that was never its own, never really safe. A few people giving you kind of side eyes. You see someone carrying a small canoe or rowboat and just kind of like plopping it into the water on one of the town blocks. But for the most part, no one seems to fucking care. And as one of the sailors just, "Alright, you're on your own now," they start to untie and push off back towards their main ship, back towards the Waking Wild.
Hey, Robert.
Yes.
As soon as they're gone, Lawrence is gonna say, "God, I hate this place."
And as you do, a sentiment that I don't think anyone would be surprised would be shared by a grand majority of the people who live here. You all arrived back on the mainland, back on the soil of the free kingdoms of Western Madara, back on the Marauders Coast, and onto the shithole of Omen Harbor. It is here that we will be ending tonight's session.
That was a fun one.
Yeah.
I was not ready for 3 hours of talking. No, y'all
Why?
killed it. A+.
We're not ready for that. Do you know what we do here?
I'm not gonna. I was expecting you guys to get to Open Harbor and do Open Harbor and be done with Open Harbor today.
Were you looking at our speed run?
That's why I was. No, I just.
Hang on. We gotta find the. We gotta head to the mayor's house and do the reverse long jump in order to fucking build up speed and fly straight to fucking the final boss Wallace's ship.
Of course.
That was fun for Larry to get to talk about some of this stuff, and also fun how little actually came up.
I'm still enjoying his response to, wait, you had a genie? What?
You had a fucking genie? What?
Yep.
You had a genie? There's a dead child's heart inside you? What?
I'm sorry, what?
Excuse me?
What?
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 Yeah. Okay.
God.
Oh.
Fucking.
Good times.
So,
Damn it, Dave.
Oh.
any thoughts on the Larry stuff that hasn't come up yet?
Ooh, I've got a fun after dark.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
William, you didn't put two dots together, and my mind is blown. There is something major that you are the only person who can put together, and you just right over your head.
I saw you looking at my backstory, and I was really fucking. Wait, hang on! I think I know that.
I have everyone's backstory open. I literally have everyone's backstory open. What are you talking about?
Motherfucker! Oh my god! No, hang on. That's not it. Hang on. Where is it?
I don't know where he is now on his backstory.
Where I have 2 pages open. Where's the actual backstory section?
It's in the backstory tab.
Oh, so I did find the note that I had written down about Larry's mom. It was not in the cave. They were not in the cave when they had that discussion.
Oh, when was it?
It was like 2 sessions before the cave.
Larry's Met fail.
What are you giggling about?
Larry's Met veil in person.
Oh, really? That is wacky, and
it's really brief. He's an associate of fucking Gary.
Excuse me? Pardon?
Gary knows him.
K?
Hang on, what are we here?
K-Pus?
I noted it differently. I wish I'd asked for the spelling of it. I fucking noted it as VEIL or whatever.
Oh,
God.
That's how I've been spelling it the entire time.
It's actually VALE apparently.
I muted myself right around when I realized that was going to happen. I was pacing my house and I fucking screamed when someone finally mentioned the name Vale to you, William. And then you didn't put it together and I started screaming again.
The thing is,
have a sudden epiphany at the beginning of the next.
Yeah, well, it might take bringing them up again. We'll see. Let's see. It's pretty relevant in general. Let's see. Where's my more detailed section about him?
I mean, I'm looking at I'm looking at your Veil stuff. It's making me laugh. Oh.
It was at Gary's house too.
Oh.
Mira can just canonically detect magic on people, right?
Yes.
And
well, no, she can witch find.
Oh yeah. She's not witch finding right now.
Anyway, so was there a reason you were asking that?
I mean, legitimacy of certain things here.
So were you still looking something up, William? Are you done? Or
Yeah, I was looking for the written part as opposed to the bullet point part. But it's actually less information.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Which is funny.
All right. Well, I'm actually gonna head to sleep.
Oh, this was
I'm
fun.
About to pass out. So
This was
Yeah,
fun.
sorry, pal.
Until next time, gang. Next week,
We'll see
same
ya.
time, same place. Maybe we'll start on time next week.
mayhap.
Challenge mode.
excited to get
You know
out
what?
of
You
this
know what? I'm
swamp.
throwing down the fucking gauntlet right now, so it's on the record before I hit the stop recording button. If everyone is here at 6:58 next week, I will start at exactly 7.
That means that if Lee is still sick, then we're not starting on time.
If everyone that's going to be here next week is here at 6:58, like ready to go. I don't mean Alex being like, oh, I'm here, I need to go get water, oh, Foundry's not open. If everyone here is ready to go 2 minutes before the session, I will start it exactly on time. That's the gauntlet I'm throwing down.
It's on the ground, everyone.
Did we watched Pluto after Mira? Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, we definitely did. No, I'm just like that.
Anyway, so yeah, that's the gauntlet I'm throwing down.
Understood.
Keep that in mind.
I'll have to tell that to the others.
No, that's your guys' job. I've said it once.
You know what?
Anyway.
If they're paying attention and are watching the episodes as they come out, they will know.
Well, we'll see.
Or you guys can harass them. I do like causing dissent among friends.
Harassment.
Robert, you are a creep and a weirdo.
No,
Shoot, that's
I
scary
just
monster.
like manipulating people.
Anyway,
You're fucking insufferable sometimes.
I'm
Robert.
insufferable all the time.
Sometimes.
Don't fucking take that away from me, Alex.
If that were true, I wouldn't be here.
Shut up.
You shut up, fucker.
All right, gang. Like I said, 6:58. Everyone's here ready to go. I'll start at exactly 7. Otherwise,
We'll see.
who knows what the fuck will happen?
Fair
We'll see.
enough. Have a good night, everyone.